All right, welcome one and all to the latest edition, episode number 383, I think, of the Xbox 2 podcast. And we have Jez Corden back a week after
Yay!
being in the hospital. You know, all the price hike and Xbox news got him so sick he had to rush to the. Well, I don't think you were rushed to the emergency room, but you
We called an
feeling
ambulance.
You
We
you
called an
guys
ambulance.
did have an ambulance. Okay, well, that's
Yeah,
kind of serious there. Well,
but they were like, the ambulance will be hours, so get an Uber.
so
And
like
I'm sitting there thinking, bro, I could be dying here. It's just
Jez
the
woke up, saw
spray
the
of the
price hikes,
ambulance
and he's
leaving
like,
my
"Oh
car.
my god, I need an ambulance." Is that what
I think Xbox
happened?
needs an ambulance.
Is that what happened?
I mean, kind of. I had I just I got out of bed and I stood up and I was just overcome with dizziness, like so dizzy I had to lie down again, like beyond vertigo, and like sort of just felt this hot sort of rush through my whole body and my extremities, and I'd had a headache the entire week, and I was like, this ain't right, man. Like waking up into a headache. So I asked Microsoft Copilot, put all my symptoms in. Microsoft Copilot is like, uh you've got a brain tumor. so,
Just straight up,
so
you got a brain
yes,
tumor. You're just like,
yeah, you
well,
got a brain
I guess
tumor.
I had a good run. Rip to me.
Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking, damn, do I need to write my will, and all that shit. So a bit dramatic. Go to the hospital because I can't. I'm just dizzy as fuck. Get there and the doctor does some tests and I'm like, no neurological symptoms, but tell me, does this hurt? She starts tapping on my temples. I'm like, oh god, yeah, that really hurts. And she's like, yeah, you've got a really bad untreated sinus infection, which is giving you intracranial pressure or something like that. So I've had a week or more of these antibiotics, which suspiciously look like the red pills from Silent Hill F. They're exactly the same pills. So
Hmm.
I'm questioning if reality is real anymore. But yeah, we're about 90% now. Still got a bit of a headache, but not so bad that we can't podcast with the lovely people from the Xbox 2 universe and yourself, lovely Randall Thor 19, the man with the million.
Yes,
Million
thank you for doing the
billion.
intro for me. Yeah, and I'm Randall Thor 19, man with the million. But it's nice to have Jez back, so got to give a shout out to Colt Eastwood and Paris Lilly for holding down the fort last week. Because Jez told me like hours before the show, being like, "Hey, I'm dying, so you're gonna have to find people to replace me." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, thanks for giving me a heads up. Might have to find somebody else, to host the podcast with if you're got the brain tumor that Copilot says you has." It's such a great thing, the Copilot, right? Hey, these are my
Yeah, man.
symptoms, and Copilot puts back out, "You're dying." Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very
I was
much.
like, I, I literally listed all my exact symptoms, and it didn't even suggest a sinus infection. So the moral of the story is, don't use AI or indeed Google anyway to diagnose yourself. But hey ho,
Hey ho.
we survive for another week. Unlike Xbox, which is apparently dead.
Well, it's like dead. It gets resurrected sometimes. It's all good. It's like a walking corpse, and then it dies again. That's the one thing you can always count on is Xbox dying over and over and over again. By my count, I think they've died at least 20 plus times so far. It really does seem like that's the case.
Wait, man. Every other week, dead. Xbox is dead.
Dead,
Xbox is so
alive,
back.
we back. Oh, we're dead, bros. It's Jover. Like
It's Jova.
it's constant.
I'm sure there'll be some like Xbox is so back when Ninja Gaiden launches next week, and then Xbox will find some rake to step on the week after. It's just the way it goes around here. That's the comes with the territory, right?
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us on this beautiful Friday afternoon, October 10th. Do us a big favor if you haven't already. Make sure you hit the like button. Helps out the show, get more people, as like that's an important part of YouTube's algorithm. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Jez was kind of late putting up the question and answer thread for Patreon members, so
Excuse me.
you're late, bro. Like I checked
Ah,
when I was putting together the show. I checked to see the Q&A thread, and it wasn't even up. And I'm like, what is Jez doing? Not even because I don't have
it's been a
access.
busy week.
I don't have
It's been a
access
busy
to it,
week, bro.
so
Yeah,
that's not on me.
I mean, It's so dumb that I can't just give you access, but that's how Patreon works apparently.
Yeah. So other than your brush with death, apparently, how was the rest of your week? Are you enjoying yourself? You gaming?
Oh man,
Has it just
it's
been?
it's like people who've been listening to the show for a long time, they might remember that like October, November, December, or at least the first part of December with the Game Awards, they're like the crazy season. It's when like all the new tech's coming out, the new headphones, new accessories, and because we are a tech site first, not we do gaming on the side, kind of, but we are tech site first. So like I've got a mountain of accessories here I've got to review. You know, it's first world problems, right? But I've got so much work. So yeah, the Patreon stuff just kind of slipped a little bit. However, yesterday, Rand, I did do some stuff for the Patreon, which is going to come out early next week. I did an interview with Dave from New Blood Interactive, who's a really prolific indie dev on Steam, and he's bringing all of New Blood Interactive's games to Xbox, Xbox Ally, Xbox Play Anywhere, all that kind of stuff. And I had a really frank interview with him about the state of Xbox. You
Oh,
will
really?
not want to miss that. Yeah, seriously, you will not want to miss that. That's going up on Patreon next week, and then it'll be out to the public a few days later. So yeah, there's tons of stuff going on. So I've been super busy, but never busy enough never too busy rather,
Mm.
to sit with the lovely people from Xbox Two universe and converse with your lovely self, bearded
Mm.
Rand Arthur 19.
Yes. We did have a conversation on Tuesday, which is currently and will forever be a Patreon exclusive. One of the perks of being a Patreon member. So let's get through some of the housekeeping stuff so we can start the show directly. Jez, this episode, as all the recent ones, is brought to you by one of your favorite companies as of late, the one and only Surfshark, yes?
It is indeed the lovely, lovely Surfshark. That's a shark noise, by the way. For those
Yeah.
who know.
I think people realize by now that's a shark.
Yeah, that's exactly how
Not to be
sharks sound.
misconstrued with a bear or
No,
a lion
or a honey badger.
or something else, or maybe even, I don't know, an orca. Nah, it's yeah, like another fish
Oh,
or another
shit.
mammal in the ocean, right?
Orcas on a fish.
I didn't say it
Orca-
was. I said
Orcas make sort of clicky noises like.
okay. Was one of your like desires and goals as a kid to grow up to be a marine biologist or something?
It actually was.
Oh,
And I'm not
okay.
lying. It actually was. For a paleontologist or a marine biologist, alas, I was too dumb for this, and we are a video game journalist instead, with all the other dumb people.
So is like your favorite movie growing up Free Willy? Are you the kid on the poster with the
Dude, I've never seen Free Willy, man.
no?
I've never seen it.
Okay.
No. I'd really liked Abyss though, from James Cameron.
Because
And
they're so
it's my
similar
favorite James Cameron.
movies. Yes, very similar.
Well,
They
it's
both feature water,
oceanic.
therefore the same.
It's oceanic.
Yeah.
Also, what was that shark movie called? Oh, Samuel L. Jackson was in it. Oh,
I know
man.
what you're
Do you know what
talking
I'm
about.
talking
It's
about?
like
The shark horror movie?
something deep, something
Deep Blue or something like
something
that.
like that. Yeah.
I can't remember.
Where
Deep Blue Sea?
where he's
something
given
like
the
that?
epic speech, and then the shark jumps out of the water and eats him and drags him back in.
Yeah. Deep
Yeah.
Blue Sea, yeah. People in the chat got it. Yeah,
Yeah,
Deep Blue
yeah.
Sea. Fantastic movie.
What are the
Amazing
great
movie.
all-time cinematic deaths? Samuel L. Jackson just getting ripped apart by a shark as it jumps out of the water.
It's a brilliant movie. But anyway, speaking of sharks, we are sponsored by the lovely people over at Surfshark VPN. Looking for a smarter way to stay safe online? Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one solution for private, effortless browsing. Whether you're streaming your favorite series, climbing the ranks in your go-to games, or just scrolling the latest trends, Surfshark keeps you covered with lightning-fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Do you want true internet freedom? Surfshark breaks down digital walls with ease. No more geoblocks, no more limits. Unlock global content. Explore without explore without borders, and enjoy a smoother, cleaner web thanks to Surfshark's Clean Web feature, which blocks ads, trackers, and malware or before they can slow you down. And with a strict no logs policy and RAM-based servers, your activity stays exactly where it belongs, with you. Plus, Surfshark's advanced encryption wraps your personal data in serious protection, giving you total confidence every time you connect. And here's the offer. Xbox 2 podcast listeners get an incredible 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. Take back your online freedom. Hit the link in the description to get started. Search safely, surf securely, and surf with Surfshark. And there was an orca there, swim past at the end.
The orca
Yeah.
swim past at the end. Okay. What about a
Yeah,
dolphin?
Yeah.
Is that
I
what they
can't-
sound like?
I probably. I don't know, man. I don't know dolphins that well.
Okay.
I know a few orcas though. But yeah, Surfshark is Surfshark is awesome. I use it on my phone. I use it on my web browser, especially if you're in UK, which has now got this age verification bullshit on loads of websites. Even just Reddit has age verification now. If you don't want to use age verification or any of the other sort of censorship things that are going on right now, things like Surfshark can help you get around it in a secure way. It's far safer than using a free VPN as well. There was this whole thing in the UK recently where like a free VPN stole people's login details for their bank accounts and stuff like that. So yeah, Surfshark is totally safe, totally accredited, totally secure. And our special offer with them, it costs about $2 a month. It's absolutely a great deal. So yeah, definitely check them out. Supports the show. And yeah, thanks to Surfshark for supporting us. And thanks to you guys for checking them out.
Yep. We also have the amazing people that support us on patreon.com/XB2. As we mentioned, there is a exclusive podcast up that we did on Tuesday for anybody who want to check that out. I think it was like 3.5 hours worth of some juicy content with even some community members joining us to talk about their feelings about everything that's going on with the Xbox recently. Like I mentioned previously, Jez just recently uploaded the question and answer thread, which we will get to at the end of the show. So if you have something you want to ask, make sure you do so. When we got the shoutouts for the Xbox 2 MVPs, we got 09C Mine, Adam Bartolo, Armor Dude 52C, Asa T and Madison, Battered Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright Challenger 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, DZ Huffin, Fantasticals, Foreign Object, Glenn, Governor Grimm, Holy Dark Death, iMike Zero, Inner Machine, James Moore, James Wizo, Justin Duel, K-Trox, Laser Wolf, Pat Rock, PB Bro King, Resin Force, RS Donk, Scarcely Relevant, Sean Kramer, Shrapnel, Steve Stompy, Trickster for Trey, Tier, Ulis, Wagerman, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for your continued support of me and Jez here on the Xbox 2 podcast.
Ulis is a new member as well, so shout out to him.
Yeah, thank you. So, Jez, a lot happened this week. And
it sure did, buddy.
We'll get to it. Well, I mean, a lot of. Well, you see, you got sick. You had your brain tumor the wrong week because, last week was definitely a very interesting week in the gaming space, especially with Xbox raising prices, which we'll get your take on a bit here. But I saw this earlier today, and I sort of wonder what it's all about. And it's in regards to machine games, okay? You know how much I like. Random. You know how. Well, I was going to start with this, something small, right? You know how much I like machine games, right?
That's what she said. Yeah, go on.
I really like Wolfenstein, one of my favorite franchises. Indiana Jones, absolutely fantastic. I've debated with myself, well, if I got to choose, what would I want next? Would I want Wolfenstein 3 to complete the trilogy, or do I want Indiana Jones 2? And for a long time, I was like, oh, Wolfenstein 3, of course. But after playing Indiana Jones, I was like, I could really go with another one of these. The anniversary update, I don't know if it's exactly called the anniversary update, but there is a new update out for Indiana Jones. New Game Plus, a new outfit, couple fixes or whatever. But apparently it adds a new epilogue to the game or a new ending if you do beat it in New Game Plus, which I haven't seen yet. I tried searching on YouTube, but there isn't. Nobody's uploaded yet because I don't know if
what's Maka doing.
I don't know. He doesn't upload that stuff. But then I saw a tweet from Machine Games who said, "Thank you for 15 incredible years," and I was like, "Oh, are they shutting down?" oh, because I was like, what are we doing? But no, they're just taking every 15 years, and they have a collage here of their games where it's like Wolfenstein New Blood, Wolfenstein Old Blood, Wolfenstein 2, Wolfenstein Young Blood, which we don't talk about. We don't talk about Young Blood. A picture of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and then a question mark. So it's like, are they teasing their next game? And I can't help but think what potentially it might be, or what it could be, or what I would want it to be, and combine that with them adding New Game Plus to Indiana Jones and a new ending. I don't know if that new ending teases essentially some sort of more Indiana Jones content in the future or something. I know I think you had mentioned previously that you had heard that maybe one of their next projects was a Rainbow Six Siege-esque online multiplayer game. But
yeah, it's some kind of multiplayer game. I don't think that's my leak. I think someone else shared that first.
I
But
think
I had heard
Jeff Kurtzman had talked about that before
yeah,
he
yeah.
did. But
I'd heard the same
I
thing.
can't help but think to myself, I don't want that from Machine Games.
Oh,
Rand's
a hater.
I'm not a hater. I'm just saying I would not be interested. Is what I'm saying. So I just wonder if like they have something else, and if because they've recently talked about Wolfenstein and how they thought of it as a trilogy. I do believe there is a Wolfenstein TV show coming. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jez. I think Amazon's doing it.
I don't know. Let's ask Copilot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I want to believe that maybe I'm just making things up in my head, but I could have sworn there was an announcement that they're gonna do a
Amazon Prime
TV show on Amazon.
Oh, yeah, this is crazy. I asked Copilot about the Wolfenstein TV show, and it says I got a brain tumor. What the fuck?
Oh, geez, you can't escape from that. Maybe you really do. You need to go get a third opinion, apparently.
Well, this is what Copilot says. It's Amazon Prime Video. Showrunner Patrick Somerville, known for Station 11 and Maniac.
Okay.
And it's from the team behind Fallout and Westworld.
Okay, yeah. So, I know, like, kind of synergizing a new game alongside a new TV show, kind of difficult, because game development is a little bit harder than game development's a little bit harder and takes a little bit longer than TV show stuff. Things go wrong in game development all the time. But we know that Phil has talked about this, about how they're going to be doing more TV, because that really kind of almost does seem like the next frontier, so to speak, of getting new eyes on a project, on a franchise. I mean, just look how much Fallout 70, like not necessarily just Fallout 76, but the entire Fallout franchise, how much the pedigree of that game and IP in general has been raised because of the success of the TV show. So in my mind, if they're doing a Wolfenstein TV show, then I think it would really benefit them to also kind of also be working on a Wolfenstein 3. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's just me trying to will it into existence, where it's like, I want the trilogy to end. Oh, and they're recently talking about the trilogy, and now they're also actually going to be doing a TV show. Are the stars aligning where we're actually going to get that? And Microsoft, for once, is kind of, they're all good to go, where it's like, hey, we missed out on the Fallout TV show stuff, at least with the first season and presumably with the second, although they are adding like Walter Goggins, a ghoul, as into Fallout 76, but there's no like big new game, which maybe there will be by season 3 or season 4. I don't know, but they just finished Indiana Jones. I don't know when that TV show's coming, not for a bit, because they haven't even started casting, let alone filming and stuff. So I sort of wonder if you could end up with that situation where you have an actual Wolfenstein show combined with a Wolfenstein game, right?
That'd be fantastic. I mean, Wolfenstein The New Order, I think, is one of my favorite shooters of all time.
Mm-hmm.
The sequel, the second one, it didn't hit as hard as the first one, I felt. And I don't know if that's a me problem or not. I don't know if chat feels the same. I don't know if you feel the same. Do you think the second one didn't hit as hard as the first one? I don't know. It was still very, very good though. But the third one, there has to be a third one. And I think they've even said in interviews, like you said, it was meant to be a trilogy. Having a TV show line up with the game and seeing what impact that would have would be very intriguing. Because, like you said, they haven't really nailed the synergy yet. The Fallout, although like the Fallout TV show did help Fallout 76, the Minecraft movie did help Minecraft. But what would it look like if you launched a TV show and a game at the same time? And the TV show is actually good. And considering it's the Fallout showrunners, it's fair to assume it's gonna be good, right?
You would think, you would hope so. You would hope so. I
would hope
mean,
so.
that's a good question. What did I like more? Which one did I like better? The New Blood or Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus? I want to... There's a part of me that wants to say the first one simply because I wasn't expecting anything. I had no really large expectations for the game, for BJ as a character and what the story they were telling.
Yeah, that might be part of it.
Like
I wasn't expecting
Wolfenstein,
much
I guess it's almost similar to how I felt with like Doom 2016 coming out, where it was like Doom never I'm not saying I didn't like Doom or Wolfenstein back in their early game phases, right? When I was playing them back in like the 90s. I mean, there's a lot of fun just to kind of lose some time in and just kill some enemies and stuff. But I never really, I don't know. I didn't expect much from either. I know Machine Games, because I think Machine Games was new, right? Like, weren't they kind of all? They all kind of sort of came from the other studio. What was their previous studio? Starbreeze? It was Starbreeze, right?
Starbreeze, yeah.
They did like the Chronicles of Riddick
made
game, which was amazing. And then they formed the Machine Games. So there wasn't really any history. And I always liked Doom better than Wolfenstein, to be quite frank. But so I wasn't expecting much. And then the game just blew me out of the water. It made me care about BJ Blazkowicz and about what was going on. And I'm just like, holy crap. So, yeah, I'll always just remember the first one for, having its opinion change about how good it was. Very similar to like Doom 2016, where I played Doom 3 and I was like, whatever. I'm not expecting much for this. And then Doom 2016 comes out and it's like amazing. And I'm like, holy crap, this is so good. And then Eternal's even better, at least in my opinion. So, yeah.
It's the wrong opinion.
No, it's the right opinion, unfortunately, for you.
Nuh-uh.
It's the right one.
No.
Yes.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh.
Nuh-uh. But continue.
But anyways, so, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they... have something to go along with this Wolfenstein TV show. I hope they do. I also wouldn't be against Indiana Jones 2, honestly. I think that game's amazing. It's one of my favorite games last year. Troy Baker killed it as, Indy. You couldn't even tell it was him. Like, seriously, you hear, hey, it's Troy Baker, and you're like, sometimes when you play a game and you get so used to all the different voice actors, and you just hear Troy Baker, you're like, it's Troy Baker, god damn it. But then when he really kind of gets into a role, you don't even realize it sometime. Like he did with The Last of Us. And then playing through Indiana Jones, you just forget it's Troy Baker. You just really sit there and think, this really does sound like Harrison Ford. Like, did Harrison Ford do lines for this game? Because it sure sounds like it. Sure sounds like it. So yeah, I don't know. Them, 15 years and them teasing something coming up. So I'm always down for more machine games. More machine games. So.
Machine games.
Yes, machine games. We're also, my current game of the year, Expedition 33. They announced 5 million copies sold, which is a lot for a game that really didn't have any expectations releasing this year. Just kind of coming out in Game Pass. It was previously showcased during one of the big Xbox shows the year before. Looked cool, but people are like, whatever. We've seen a lot of cool games before. Comes out. People love it. It's probably one of the most talked about games this year. Up there with like the Silk Songs and stuff. And if you haven't played it, Obviously we're not going to talk about any spoilers, but there's like camps people have devolved into depending on how the game ends, let's just say. And it is very it's very heated, I guess. Very, very heated. Not only that, but I know that a lot of their ardent fans are very much being like, no game ever compares to it and all that stuff, and it pisses off a lot of other people who like other games. There's a lot of stuff going around that, but to celebrate, they're going to be releasing like a free update, I think, with new content and new enemies and all those sort of things. And I did see a Twitter post or social media post by one of the voice actors who said they were coming back to do some extra stuff. So that's super cool, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Getting some new free Expedition 33 stuff in the future. I don't know what it's going to entail, but I mean, I definitely probably will check it out.
I wasn't aware that there was discourse about the ending.
Oh yes, very much so.
Obviously, no spoilers, but I thought the ending was either ending is pretty great. I thought.
Well, people try to justify why they chose the one they did, or
right.
And it becomes like a big thing. It becomes like a huge thing, and we can't really discuss any more about it because it would give it away, some of it away or whatever. But just know that it is a very, very ongoing discussion that gets very heated sometimes.
Spicy.
Very spicy. So there is that. Yeah, I don't know. See, what have I been playing? What have you been playing, Jez? Hit me up with what the stuff that you've been enjoying as of late. Since last week you almost died of a brain tumor. So you didn't.
I did.
So what have you been playing these past 2 weeks? Anything interesting?
Well, I've been playing World of Warcraft Legion Remix.
Nobody cares about World of Warcraft stuff. Don't even mention it. Just move on from World of Warcraft. Jez is always playing World of Warcraft. He doesn't need to mention it every show.
Well, I've been playing.
You have a whole other podcast where you can talk about your World of Warcraft.
Fine. And by the way, our World of Warcraft podcast, Unshackled Fury, is coming up to its 10th anniversary.
10th?
We're doing a special show for that. Yeah.
What? You only have 10?
Yeah,
you've only done 10 episodes?
No, 10 years. I joined
10
years.
The podcast. You haven't been doing it for 10 years.
No, I haven't. I've been doing it for about 2 years. But I joined the podcast. The podcast has existed for 10 years. I just joined it. But yeah, they're doing a 10-year anniversary show. My good buddy Berserker. But we are the other games I've been playing, one of them is under embargo.
Yeah, so I've also been playing something that is can't talk about just yet.
Yeah, can't talk about it yet. So, but can we talk about it next week? No, we can't. Not even that.
Don't think so.
It's a long embargo, and I really like the company that does these really long embargoes.
Give you some
time.
Gives
you a lot of time to get into it. But yeah, the other game I've been playing a lot of is Final Fantasy Tactics, and I don't know if you know much about this game, Rand.
I don't know. I mean, I know how it plays, but other than that, I don't really know anything about Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is. I'm surprised how good it is. Like, I completely missed Final Fantasy Tactics when it first launched. I think I did play it when I was a kid, and I was just like, I didn't get it. I was too dumb, too young, and I was like, what is this tactical kind of gameplay? I just didn't get it. It was so different from what I knew from Final Fantasy. Like the whole it's like XCOM or Gears Tactics. It's a full-blown tactics game. I didn't get it at the time, but now like I'm a bit older, it's like, oh my god, this is actually amazing. It's got like a super in-depth political story, full of drama and mature themes and stuff like that. Even though the game's set in these like cute little 3D dioramas, it's so good. It's so addictive. It's so Moorish. Like every time I play, I'm just like, I'll just do another battle. I'll just do another battle. It's so good, man. So I've been addicted to Final Fantasy Tactics quite a fair bit. Other than that, it's the games that I've got under embargo. I've just installed Battlefield 6. Haven't played it yet. I've also installed Little Nightmares 3. Haven't played it yet. I've also installed Hotel Barcelona, which is the game Microsoft showed off at TGS by Swery. Haven't played that yet. And then also World of Warcraft Legion Remix, which is just like so good. Dude. World of Warcraft's on fire right now, man. I don't care what anyone says. Warcraft is on fire right now. It's doing really well.
Is it? Do you have your Do you have your player house yet?
No, so player housing is in closed beta right now, closed alpha. But it launches in early access for people who pre-ordered the expansion, which is a bit scummy. In December, I think. But yes, I will be making a house and I will be living there, Rand. I will live in that house forever.
Forever.
Forever, bro.
Yes.
Forever, bro. That's where we live now. We live in Azeroth. You won't see me ever again. I'm gone, baby.
All right. So
have you been playing anything beyond what you already mentioned?
Oh, well, I didn't mention anything. I was just looking at what you've been playing. But yeah, so I talked a lot about it last week, but I am officially finished with Silent Hill F.
You 100%ed it, didn't you?
Well, I got all the achievements in it, which basically required you to get all 5 endings. You know, beat it on the hardest difficulties and Lost in Fog on action and puzzle difficulty. Because this game lets you set the difficulties of the puzzles and the gameplay separately, which is always interesting when games do that.
I do like it when games do that.
It's like, hey, you want these? Yeah, so it's like, okay, you put the puzzles on whatever difficulty you want and then the gameplay on whatever. One of the things I don't like that games do is when they don't let you play on the hardest difficulty right away. Because to be able to like play on Lost in Fog, you have to beat the game once. I don't know. Personally, I always think the harder difficulty should be available right away for anybody that wants to be able to do that. It just always kind of feels like they're just extending your gameplay time with it. Be like, oh, what you really want to do is play in the hardest difficulty? We'll beat the game once. And it's like, bro, we don't got no time for that, right? Especially with all these games coming out. So.
I'm really salty that Final Fantasy 16 does that. You know?
Yeah.
But
I know I've talked to people who like really upset with that. But so because I had finished, I think, 2 playthroughs when I talked about it last week. I finished the 3rd playthrough on the hardest difficulty basically a couple days ago. And it's kind of what I said last week still really applies. I wasn't expecting much from Silent Hill F based on the pedigree of the developer. Right, and Silent Hill as a franchise, kind of outside of 1, 2, and 3, and some people would say 4, like The Room. Anything the newer Silent Hills, so to speak, haven't been good, and I've played those because I really like the franchise. Like I've played Homecoming, I've played Downpour. They're not good games. So outside of the iconic 1 and 2, a lot of the new stuff isn't good. And the pedigree of the developer on F wasn't also very good. So you're like, okay, what are we doing here, right? Yeah, Silent Hill 2 Remake, which we had our doubts about, me and Jez both, because the Bloober team, they absolutely over-delivered. That game was amazing. And then they went on to deliver Chronos, a month ago, which was also really fantastic survival horror. Man, we are in such a survival horror renaissance right now. It's just too bad EA gave up on Dead Space. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But we're getting a lot of good stuff. So here's this game that comes out of nowhere, set in 1960s Japan, features a female protagonist, which of course is going to anger some people. And
females?
I mean,
in 2025? Oh, shit.
Female main characters seem to anger people for whatever reason these days. And man, I really, really, really enjoyed my time playing through it. And then when I started up New Game Plus, it made me appreciate the game even more because a lot of the story stuff is recontextualized. A lot of the conversations that you have in the first playthrough are kind of shown in a different light, or now you understand. So because like when you meet people, they're talking about things and the game kind of sort of starts in media res, where it's like, what's going on? Why is she calling me this? Like, what's my relationship to these characters? And then you think sort of the game's one thing or about this one thing, and then it kind of flips it on its head. And then New Game Plus adds, I wouldn't say necessarily new story beats, although kind of does, at least in some of the documents and stuff. Because I told you, because we were talking when we were playing it about like what the game is really about. And then you played it the one time, and you were satisfied with the ending, right? You were satisfied with the narrative and how it unfolded and all that stuff because you put out your review. But then I played it the extra 2 times, and as you play it, it's kind of like an onion. Like there's more layers, and you find out more stuff about the things going on. And I'm like, well, actually, Jez, it's about this and this. And you're like, get the F out of here. No way. I'm like, yeah, it's
fuck out of here.
It's like this.
I have been playing through New Game Plus 1. I'm sort of like, I'm pretty near the end of my first. I don't think I can play it 3 times. 2 times is enough for me.
Yeah, well, to be fair, New Game Plus 2 isn't that different. There's a feature that the game has when you go to skip cutscenes where it will tell you if something's new in the cutscene, whether it's new dialogue or new scenes. And a lot of the scenes in New Game Plus are new or has something new in it. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to watch this, try to compare it to what happened in the first playthrough. But for New Game Plus 2, there's not a lot of changes. There's more documents that, shed some light on some things. So, yeah, I mean, it went from my first playthrough being like, okay, this is a top 10 game for me this year. Maybe a little bit outside the top 5 for sure. Because I think the game is, it's going to be hit or miss for people with the combat mechanics. Some people are going to love it and they'll gravitate to it right away with the parry mechanics and the dodging and stuff. And some people aren't going to like it. They'll find it too basic. It very much reminds me of an old school survival horror game, right? It's just kind of like light attack, heavy attack. That's pretty much what, weapon degradation, which I'm never really a fan of because they need to like find items that repair it and stuff. But I mean, it does its job, and for a lot of the enemies, you don't have to fight them if you don't want to. And it's like you can just run past them because it's not even a lot of the times it's not even worth fighting enemies because your weapons degrade. You can only have 3 of them at a time. They don't drop any items. They don't give you any faith, which is the currency used to upgrade yourself. So fighting enemies only really is a negative because your weapon degrades and because you could get hit, which means you have to use some of your resources, which are limited in the game. So it's almost the best to just, when in doubt, run past them. Really. And some people are like, well, that's boring. And I'm like, well, that's survival horror because sometimes it does get, you got enemies chasing you. You can hear them chasing you. Some of them are faster than you. And you especially when you don't, like, it's different when you're playing a New Game Plus 2 or Plus 1 because you know exactly where to go, where everything is, how to get there. But in your first playthrough and you're running away from things and they're chasing you, but you don't know where you're supposed to go, you get the heart pumping a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
But yeah, after playing through it all, it's like, this is a top 5 game for me. I don't know where it'd be situated because when I think of my favorite games this year, I mean, we're talking about Expedition 33, we're talking about Split Fiction, we're talking about Shinobi. So this would be there too. Like I don't know. Like Death Stranding maybe falls on the outside this year. I mean, we still got some games to play coming up. Battlefield 6. Which reviews were very, very good, right? I think it's like an 84, 85. Currently, the launch is blowing up. 700,000 people on Steam right now. What's the current Battlefield 6 launch, Jez? Let me know.
On Steam,
Ninja Gaiden 4, Outer Worlds 2, Call of Duty. There's still a lot of games to come up to kind of maybe wrestle into the top, but it's all about Battlefield 6 right now. People are going. It
sure is.
People are going crazy about it.
There are 689,000 people in game on Steam in Battlefield 6 right now. Which is pretty crazy, bro.
with 3 p.m. Eastern, that there's a good chance that game gets over 1 million on the weekend at some point.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
And what did I say when they announced that Vince Zampella was taking over the franchise? I said, man, that next Battlefield game's gonna hit. Vince, I mean, I know it's never just one person; it's a team effort. But Vince Zampella to me is just a man that he just knows what he's doing, man. And stuff he leads, whether it's originally making the Medal of Honor franchise, moving over and basically bringing Call of Duty into what people love now with, Modern Warfare, into leaving and then starting Titanfall and then basically being put on Battlefield. And to see its resurgence, because people were pretty down on the last Battlefield, and now you have this Battlefield doing numbers to the point where Call of Duty, they're doing stuff that seems to be, they're a little worried. Not only they're walking back on player skins, which you didn't think they'd do, but also this weekend, I think they're releasing a free Battlefield 6 weekend. So they're being like, hey, you want to play Call of Duty for free? You can play it this weekend. It just coincides with the same weekend that Battlefield 6 is available, right?
You mean a free Black Ops 6 weekend?
Yeah. Like they're letting people play it for free, but it just so happens I'm sure it's just a coincidence, right? I'm sure like it has nothing to do with Battlefield coming this week.
Yeah. Do you know what it reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me of when Blizzard did the Overwatch beta when Battleborn was being released.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was funny.
Remember. Were they really? I sort of wonder. Were they really that worried about Battleborn, or were they just?
Dude,
I've always thought.
I'm going to say something controversial now.
Okay.
I fucking liked Battleborn, man.
Yeah.
And you know what kind of Blizzard fanboy I am.
That
I
is
really
true.
enjoyed Battleborn. I was like, it was more MOBA-ish. It was like it had the creeps and stuff. I really liked that aspect of it. Like it was leaning more to the MOBA kind of side of things, but yeah, Blizzard completely screwed that game with the Overwatch.
So do you think if they didn't do that people would still be playing Battleborn right now? That it would be Gearbox would have the second franchise? Because I don't. The hype's around it, like the hype around Overwatch was real because it was a Blizzard's new game, and I don't know how long. It's like, oh my god, they're making this. Kind of the rise of the hero shooter and stuff. I don't remember there being a lot of hype for Battleborn outside of the fact that, okay, it's Gearbox and they're coming off the success of Borderlands 2, which was big at the time. I mostly remember a lot of Gearbox and Borderlands fans being upset it wasn't Borderlands 3 that they were making, that it was something like this. So maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't remember there being a lot of hype for Battleborn whatsoever.
I mean, Battleborn, like, it was 30 frames per second, which I think is what ultimately killed it. And Overwatch was 60 frames per second, where like during the PS4, Xbox One era, that was a big deal. It was like, well, one of them's 60 frames, one of them's 30 frames, But I really thought Battleborn was good. Also, Battleborn kind of had a diffuse focus. It had a single player campaign as well, whereas like Overwatch was just all in on the multiplayer aspect. Whereas Battleborn had this genuinely really shitty campaign that no one cared about. So no, I don't think if Overwatch had been kind of Battleborn would have survived, but I do think like it's just that kind of tactic, isn't it? It's just that kind of Activision style aggression, which is sort of like more indicative of the behavior of a publisher rather than a platform holder. Like Microsoft like has a lot of marketing for Battlefield 6 right now. I've seen Microsoft put out tweets and they put out Instagram stories and ads and stuff about Battlefield 6, even though they own Call of Duty, because they're a platform holder and they want all the games to have success. Whereas Activision doesn't give a fuck. Their goal is to undermine the competition as much as possible, right? So it's a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know. I like Battleborn, man. I was this what was I? I was like a penguin in a mech suit. It was fucking cool, man. It's funny as fuck. I really enjoy Battleborn. I wish it had survived, but it was absolutely steamrolled by Overwatch, which is
Yeah.
just genuinely a better game. It was just genuinely a better
And to
game.
think about it, that was 9 years ago.
Oh
It's
fuck!
almost a
Don't say
decade.
that,
It's almost been
dude.
a decade.
No.
Yeah.
Decade?
I mean,
No
we
way.
started the podcast the next
Decade?
year, so
Dude, no way, man.
yeah, it's been a bit. It's been a bit. But the thing with Battlefield is we've talked about it before. It's interesting to see the competition because clearly Call of Duty and Activision are reacting to this overwhelming, at least right now, what it looks like it will be success of Battlefield 6 in the marketplace. And I think a lot of fans have said, "Oh, Call of Duty's been stagnant," and people have hoped that a better Battlefield would be cause for hey, competition. Like they're gonna have to work their asses off. And I've seen some people suggest that, hey, Battlefield 6 is gonna eat COD's lunch this year. It's gonna outsell it, which I mean, maybe it will. Granted, Battlefield's not on last gen, and Call of Duty is, so that would make you, say like, well, that's a feather in the cap for Call of Duty. Then they'll be able to sell to people on PS4 and the Xbox One, but it's also on Game Pass, which Battlefield 6 isn't. So maybe has more players, but not more sales. I don't know how that goes, but usually you can always like hang your hat, unless like Grand Theft Auto or something is releasing, or I guess a Hogwarts Legacy X thing. You can hang your hat on Call of Duty being the best-selling game every year, and it seems like, well, maybe that's in doubt, and it might actually be, I don't know, a Battlefield game potentially, or at least Battlefield selling more. So I'll ask you this question, Jez. If Battlefield does better than Call of Duty, what is Call of Duty's response going to be? Will alarm bells start going off at Activision and Xbox if they start seeing like the decline of COD with the rise of Battlefield? Would they not be, too concerned because, hey, we're going to have a new Call of Duty next year regardless, and it's supposed to be Modern Warfare 4 from Infinity Ward, so we'll be back then, even though this might be a down year? Do you think then people at these companies will look at it and be like, shit, this could be bad? Or it was like,
No,
no.
I think you said it already. I think at the end of the day, Call of Duty's had bad years before. Call of Duty Ghosts, Infinite Warfare, and I think like they're already sort of looking ahead to the next one, which is Modern Warfare 4 by all accounts. And from what I've heard, the next Call of Duty is it's going to be quite spicy given the current political climate in America. So it should be interesting to see how that sort of goes down, with all that kind of stuff. Microsoft obviously doesn't impede on the creative freedom of the devs there and stuff like that. So like I can't, because Modern Warfare 4 already exists, right? There's already been a Modern Warfare 4 with a story, right? If I'm not a Call of Duty lore buff, but I believe Modern Warfare 4 already exists.
No.
So this is kind of no, it doesn't.
No, I mean they stopped with Modern Warfare 3.
So they started Modern Warfare 3. So
And then they kind of, that's when they went to God, what was that? What was Infinity Ward's game after Modern Warfare 3?
I have no idea.
That was
Infinite
Warfare.
Was that Ghost? Was it Ghost maybe?
Was Ghost Infinity Ward, or it could have been. I just know the last real Modern Warfare game was 3. So,
well, yeah, like I say, I don't really know Call of Duty lore that well, but from what I've heard, like there's a lot of confidence around Modern Warfare 4. So I think it's probably what you say. Like even if this year's Call of Duty doesn't do that well or gets dented by Battlefield 6, because Battlefield 6 has really prioritized fan feedback this time, and Black Ops 7 kind of, fallen in the midst of a backlash against its stupid skins from Black Ops 6 and stuff like that, and all the discourse surrounding that. I think like they'll take what they learn from this year's cycle and then apply that to Modern Warfare 4, and it'll probably be fine for them. But this is exactly why EA is out there saying like they want Battlefield to be an annualized franchise, because if you've got enough studios working on it, you can address fan feedback. You can deliver a better experience. You can double down, and you can respond to the competition within that sort of time frame. So, like, even if this year's Call of Duty doesn't land as well as they wanted to, next year's Call of Duty hopefully will be better for it. That's the whole point of competition, right? And the only reason Battlefield's sort of like the only reason Battlefield's doing well now is because they really shit the bed hard with 2042. 2042 was fucking garbage, man. It was trash. And they had no choice but to just sort of really ignore the bean counters, ignore the spreadsheets, and just be like, what do fans actually want? And I think sometimes, like when you're a publicly traded company, eventually you just have to be like, well, the spreadsheets aren't working anymore. Let's actually listen to people who make the game and actually deliver what they want, man. And that's what's happened to Battlefield 6. So hopefully it'll happen to Call of Duty too. That's why competition is so important. It kind of dovetails into the whole discussion about Xbox being dead, you know?
Huh. Yeah. Have you been able to play Battlefield 6 yet? I have
I
not.
haven't. I mean, obviously I played it a ton in the beta. So I've played the beta experience, which was amazing. I don't know if you played the beta at all, right?
I did not.
Yeah, so I played the beta, and obviously I know they've made some changes since the beta, but yeah, Battlefield 6 is fantastic. I know from the beta alone that it's fantastic.
Are you
The
gonna
destruction
be?
engine
Are you gonna
is
get
just
onto it this
amazing.
weekend? You gonna check it out?
Yep. I am. I'm going to a friend's place tomorrow, and with siblings and stuff, and we'll probably sit around the TV and play Battlefield while drinking copious amounts of alcohol. So that should be fun.
Interesting. Are you gonna play the campaign first, like me?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
In fact, when you download Battlefield 6, you can actually select to not download the single player campaign, which is what I've done.
Yeah, Call of Duty's been doing that for a bit too, where you can download individual parts of it
Yeah,
instead of
sure.
having to download the whole
Um,
thing. So when I play Call of
I
Duty,
mean,
I'm like,
IGN,
don't download zombies and don't download the multiplayer because I ain't playing
yeah,
those things.
IGN gave the campaign 5 out of 10,
I did see
and
that.
that's par for the course for Battlefield. Like Battlefield's campaigns have never been good, really, except for the possible exception of Bad Company 1. I don't know why they can't deliver a good campaign, but nah.
Not expecting much from the campaign, but I haven't played a multiplayer game in a while, so I'm probably gonna. There's just a lot, man. They got a lot of games to play. You know, you have to carve out some time to be able to play some stuff. But yeah, very interesting. And I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's supposedly Call of Duty's getting rid of what is it? What do they call it? SBBMM or something like that. Like the thing people. I always see people bitching
Skill
about it.
based,
Skill-based
skill based
matchmaking.
match based. Yeah.
They're getting rid of it, and people love it or whatever. And I wonder if that's is that also a reaction to Battlefield 6? Like it's
Of course
finally
it
given.
is.
So it's like already it's the competition is doing good things for the
That's
game.
what competition is so important, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's take some super chats, shall we, Jez?
Sure,
We
man.
have 09C Mine who just joined the channel. Appreciate you. Enjoy the emotes. We have Carl who says, "Go Mariners tonight! Beat the Tigers." So that's baseball. Man, I feel sorry if anybody's listening to this who's a Phillies fan. I am so sorry for what happened to you guys last night. I saw the
What
clip.
happened?
I saw the clip, and I could not believe what happened. So I don't know if you know the rules of baseball, right? So the game's 9 innings long. So they're in the 11th inning. So it's extra innings. So it's like essentially this is the end. And the Dodgers, they're at home, so they bat last. And all they got to do is score a run, and they win. And bases are loaded, so there's man on first, second, and third, and there's two outs. And if there's a hit in the infield, you can throw it to any base to get an out because it's a force tag, right? But usually the easiest one is the first base. So what happens is with 2 outs, bases loaded, the hitter hits it to the pitcher, and the pitcher it kind of careens off the pitcher's leg or whatever, so it's not like cleanly fielded. And I'm watching. I'm like, okay, go to first base. You got the out. Boom. Now it's going to go move to the top of the 12th, and and your team gets to hit again, right? So instead of taking the easy out and ending the inning, he throws home. But he throws it wide to the catcher and misses. So the Dodgers score and the game's over. It's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest mistakes I've ever seen in a game. Like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing when it happened. Seriously, anybody that knows anything about baseball, you're just watching this and it's like, okay, yep, go to first, inning's over. Dude literally goes home for no reason because there's 2 outs. You just need one more. Just throw it to first base. Inning's over. He throws it home. And not only throws it home, but he throws it wide of the catcher so the catcher can't even catch it. And the guy scores and it's game over. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe. Clearly the guy panicked. You know, it's what happened. But I was just, wow. So Phillies fans, I'm sorry. You had to go through that. But, you know, it hasn't been that long since the Phillies won a World Series. And then, of course, the Cubs.
No fucking clue what you
I know
said.
you don't have any clue. Cubs won, which is unfortunate because I don't like the Cubs, even though I'm from Chicago. So hopefully the Cubs lose on Saturday.
Oh, illegal dad's helping me out. He said it's like scoring an own goal. Now I understand that.
Yeah, essentially.
That's
but it's like it'd be like scoring an own goal in overtime in soccer, Jez. Like, use that or extra time.
Ah.
It'd be like kind of how it is.
Do you watch football?
American football.
No, like real football.
Soccer.
No, football, man.
You know, I'll check. Maybe I'll check out some games. Like, I don't know, when there's like a big game or something, like the World Cup.
Damn.
I don't know. I don't really care. I don't know who any of the players are. So I watch that stuff and I'm just, at least
Mbappe, man.
I don't know who these people are. I don't care about, like, hey, Germany's playing UK. I don't care about the country. I don't know who's playing.
UK doesn't have a team.
I'm just saying, man? I don't even know. So I don't even care. So it's
England.
Like, yeah, okay, England. I don't know who's on England. Why do I care if they win or lose? I don't even care if the US wins or loses.
What? Why not, bro?
I don't.
You should support the United States. That's how football becomes a thing there.
Don't care. There's one thing I don't care about. It's soccer, bro. Sorry, and I'll never care about
soccer.
It's
Rand doesn't care
and this
about
maybe is my
soccer.
ignorance, but when I've watched it, it's so boring, bro. Nothing going on. Just dudes dribbling balls in midfield, kicking it back and like, what's going on?
You need to watch like the Premier League or the European Championship or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like boring, when the best teams play. It's like, yeah, if you watch like the American teams, I suppose it's like watching amateurs play. But if you watch like the proper teams play, like the Premier League and shit like that, bro, it's exciting as fuck. And I don't even like sports. I'm a fat guy, man. I don't like sports, but Premier League is awesome, bro. That's why it's called Premier League.
Fantastico's been a member for 60 months. He said it's been 5 years already. Damn, man, time flies. 5 years. That's awesome. Thank you for being a member for 60 months. PETA says, "What's good, Jez?" Yeah, what is good? Living another day after your diagnosis of the brain tumor by the AI. Every day since then's a blessing, Jez.
Yeah, it's
it could have been over. It could have been over.
Yes, I felt so bad, man. So weird. I've never had that kind of wave of dizziness before. I was like, this is it, man. Even though I've been a fat guy my whole life, I'm gonna end up dying by a brain tumor. You know, like if you're a fat guy, you assume you're gonna die as a result of something related to being overweight, right? Mm-hmm. So it just would have been. But if I'm gonna die, I would prefer an ironic death.
Okay.
You know what I mean? ironic
In
death.
what way? Which
Like,
way? Which way would you want to die?
you know,
What would be an
like
ironic death for you? Like,
if I'm a fat guy and I get a brain tumor or something, which is obviously unrelated to being overweight, or something like, I don't know, I get like I'm walking in town and someone drops an Xbox Series X out at their window and it lands on my head and kills me instantly.
so it'd be ironic. So it'd be
I
an
get killed
ironic
by an
death
Xbox.
because you cover Xbox and like Xbox that Xbox killed
Yeah,
you. Okay.
yeah. Or like Hyphy Shark in chat says, get killed by a shark attack because of Surfshark VPN.
Okay. I guess that would be ironic.
Around, I just need a bathroom. One sec.
Okay. We have let's see here. We have Little Mahogany who says game shared for the first time. They could play my games, but they couldn't co-op online. It kept trying to make them buy Game Pass. Did they change this? Did a hard reset, but no luck. Any advice? Okay. So the way game sharing works is it has to be, you sort of have to, has to be done on both devices. So I'm trying to work this out. We'll get Jez here to answer this, so I'm trying to think. So you game shared with them, they could play the game, but they couldn't play online in co-op. And it kept trying to make them buy Game Pass. Now, unless they changed Game Pass recently.
No. I did hear this.
Okay.
So I did hear this. There was some kind of bug with regards to this because I did ask around on Xbox. There's a bunch of people asked me about this.
When did this happen though? Was this recent? Because I
This
haven't
was
heard
over the
about
summer,
this.
I think. I started hearing this over the summer. Some people were like, multiplayer doesn't work and multiplayer entitlements don't work on Game Pass anymore.
Okay.
There was a bug. There was a bug over the summer where this happened, and I don't know if it's related to the Insider program or not. But the way to fix it is to just sign out of everything and sign back in, and that hopefully should fix it.
Okay.
So if you sign out and sign back in, it should fix it.
On which account? Like the main account or both accounts?
Both of them. Sign just to be safe. Sign back in on both of them. So like the account that you want to share to, that should be your home Xbox account, so on and so forth, and then it should work. But yeah, there was some kind of bug with regards to that over the summer.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I got a load of DMs about this. But like you have to make sure that each other's console is set as the home console.
Right. Well, I mean, technically, I don't know if that would that really matter if you're just game sharing with another person. They should also get your Game Pass and you should be able to play online co-op without an issue.
Yeah. You get all the entitlements. You should get all the entitlements. So like Game Pass co-op, Game Pass multiplayer, sorry, and then all the Game Pass titles and all that kind of stuff. It's just there was some weird bug. So try signing out, and signing back in on both accounts, and then it should work. But if it doesn't work, send me a DM, and I'll get my contacts to diagnose it further.
Interesting. Because the person I game share with, I don't play co-op or multiplayer with, so I wouldn't. I guess I would have experienced that if we played together, but we don't. So I didn't even know that was a thing. All right, well, thank you.
Yeah, it's a whole thing, bro. It's a whole thing.
Phase 23 BKY Super Chat says, Jez, I give you credit going against well-known leakers, Kepler, L2, and Sneakers, too, because that's where the leaks come from. I've seen people posting when you said Xbox is not going multi-platform, putting its games on PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean, man, I've addressed this multiple times, but basically what happened was, for those who've seen like my now notorious tweet where I said it was fanboy copium, I was on vacation, it was Christmas, and I was like responding to a known troll and a grifter who was like Xbox is going multi-platform and stuff like that. I was like, the tweet was basically ignore this troll. He's always trolling and shit like that. I didn't actually really look into it properly. So that was on me being arrogant and just sort of like not looking into it properly. But this is why, like, I always say, ignore my Twitter account and look at what I'm posting on Windows Central, because Windows Central is where I do all my research. It's where I do like, sourced commentary and all my sort of actual reporting goes on Windows Central. I was just replying to a troll on Twitter, and during Christmas when it's the holidays, and it's just like, oh my god, it's just another troll posting FUD. Yeah, I learned my lesson. So when it comes to stuff like that again, I'll do the double checking and shit like that. But yeah, it was just my bad. Shit happens.
Yeah, I mean, he. I guess he's saying he's give you credit for going against leakers, Kepler, which is the AMD leaker, and sneakers. But even with sneakers, at least he just said hardware was up in the air. I mean, you could take that as any
Yeah,
way you want to take it. And I'm not sure. I don't think Kepler said. Correct me if I'm wrong. He actually said it would be more expensive for Microsoft to cancel the next console than actually release it.
yeah. I mean,
So
to be
I don't know.
completely, yeah, like I wrote but this is what I wrote in the original report too. Sneakers never said Xbox was quitting hardware. It was other people who said they were quitting hardware. Sneakers said that it was up in the air, which it's always up in the air at the end of the day. Because if one day someone at Microsoft knocks on Amy Hood's door and says, "Hey, I want another yacht. I want another super yacht. Have you got any way you can save money? Can you lay off 15,000 people or get rid of hardware where the margins aren't particularly good?" Amy Hood will be like, "Oh yeah, sure, we can do that." So, I mean, it depends on your interpretation of that comment. But he never said that they were quitting hardware. That was other people. I think it was it Tim Dog who said they were quitting hardware? So like people basically took what Sneaker said, which was pretty innocuous, and then they turned it into something it wasn't. So I was kind of just replying to that broad. My reporting revolved around that sort of broad sort of doom and gloom, right? That they were getting out of hardware. And hey, maybe they will get out of hardware, but that's not the plan today. And Microsoft themselves came out and were like, nope, we're still planning to do next gen console, whatever, whatever. There's a lot of factors involved there. You've got tariffs, you've got a global economic situation, all that kind of bullshit. Whether it's Microsoft's fault or not. And it's just Microsoft's greed. Maybe they're just like, you know what, we don't want to do these low ass margin devices anymore. We can talk about all that kind of shit, but the fact is at this very second they are still going to try and put out a next gen console. So yeah.
We have Louis Theron Telemon. Says, I might be going mad, but it feels like Xbox dies a lot. Also, Rand, I need a book suggestion. Just finished Wind and Truth. Oh, man, you just finished Wind and Truth, Book 5, Stormlight. Let's see, what would you like? Do you want a completed series? Do you want science fiction? Do you want fantasy? That's a good one. I'd recommend The Will of the Many by James Islington. The sequel comes out next month, which is The Strength of the Few. I am so excited to check that out next month. So I'd start that one, or at least I'd recommend that one. But I mean, there's a lot of recommendations I can give, but
I think you should stop reading books.
No, I'm only going to read more. Sorry.
But there's just so many games to play. How do you have time for all the games and all the books, bro?
I mean, I just read 100 pages before I play. 100 pages.
100 pages?
100 pages don't take.
How long does 100 pages take you to read?
Well, it depends. It depends on how big the text is and the margins and everything. Sometimes 100 pages takes me 30 minutes. Sometimes 100 pages take me, I don't know, 80. Like, it all depends. Like, there are some books.
I don't believe it.
There are some books that are just dialogue, so the page lengths is like you can get through 5 pages super quick. So 100 pages takes an hour. But then there are some like kind of thick books with small text, and it's just paragraphs upon paragraphs, and 100 pages probably takes 100 minutes.
I don't believe it, bro.
And that's what it is. It just depends. So I
That's
was
speed. Isn't that speed reading?
no speed. I mean,
Are you actually reading it or just scanning
yes,
the words, bro?
no, I read it. I might skim a couple sentences depending on what if they're giving descriptions of people's clothing or whatever. I don't
All.
particularly care too much about that. I might skim like a sentence or two, but no, I read.
There's like no way I could read 100 pages that quick, man.
You just surround yourself. You don't get any interruptions. You just get the book and you just get into it and you go, man. That's how it is.
How do you like? What if you want to browse Instagram or something for a bit in the middle
I
of
don't
reading?
have an Instagram account.
How do you look at Instagram Reels?
I don't look at Instagram Reels.
What the hell,
If
man?
I do look at YouTube Shorts, that's at the end of the night when I'm about ready to go to bed. I'll just scroll a couple shorts. But I don't have TikTok and I don't have Instagram, so sorry.
Damn. You're disciplined, bro. I respect it. I'm looking at Instagram Shorts right now in the middle of the podcast.
Yeah. Face in the super chat says Kepler L2 also said Xbox didn't make their own handheld because AMD wanted a minimum of 10 million chips or something else like that.
Yeah, I heard that was completely untrue. Got a very good source on that being untrue. So, I mean, that doesn't even make logical sense. I mean, the Steam Deck hasn't even sold 10 million units, so I don't know what universe that would even be a thing that would make sense. In fact, I actually heard the opposite. I actually heard the opposite recently, Rand, that that Xbox handheld is still something that is on the table. You know, I reported that the Xbox handheld existed, and then I reported that it was shelved. Specifically, that it was shelved, not cancelled. And I've heard that it is the Xbox handheld is something that's still on the table. It's just that they're using their resources instead of developing both Windows for the Xbox Ally and the Xbox handheld. They're just focusing their resources on the Xbox Ally today, and that in fact we will see an Xbox handheld someday as well.
I don't think we will. I think that ship has sailed, bro. I'm sorry.
I think we will.
I don't think so. I think that ship has completely sailed.
No, I think it's fine. You are Randall Duma.
I'm not. I'm just saying. I just don't
You
believe.
are Randall Duma.
I don't believe.
There's two things we know about Rand. Randall trending gamer.
That's
and
not
Rand
true.
Al
You're the one who
Duma.
played Silk Song, not me. We've seen Microsoft and Xbox do this about a device that they put on the shelf and then never seen it again. Project.
Yeah, it's true.
So I do not believe, or my guess would be, the handheld stays shelved, and they won't do one. I guess I could see a scenario where maybe they do one if the handheld market suddenly explodes. For whatever reason, suddenly Steam Deck 2 sells 25 million units, PlayStation's handheld does 50 million or something, where it really opens up and broadens that that niche market into something else. Then I could see Xbox being like, "Oh shit, we should probably make one of our own now."
Nah, this is where we diverge, right? Because I don't think they see an Xbox handheld as a mass market device. I think they see it in the same context of like the high-end Surface devices, which they still make. They don't make millions of those units. They make hundreds of thousands of those units because they know their niche, and they accept that there'll be lower margins on those devices. However, it serves a purpose because the people who do buy those devices will be heavily engaged, and they will buy into the games that are designed for those platforms. So, yeah, I think they will make a handheld. I think it will be niche. I think they'll not manufacture millions of units. I think they'll manufacture hundreds of thousands of units. And the whole argument that AMD wanted 10 million chips completely betrays the fact that there isn't 10 million Z2 Extremes out there. The Z2 Extreme, which is going in the Xbox Ally X, is hundreds of thousands of units. It's not millions of units. So yeah, I think they will do it. It'll be hundreds of thousands of units. It'll be target the super hardcore, the people who want to play Xbox Play Anywhere in bed, like me. And I think we'll see it. But I could be wrong. Rand.
I think on this one you'll be 100% wrong.
I think I'll be 100% right, baby.
No, sorry, I don't think so. I think
I've decided that I'm going to be the optimist from now on. I'm the
Okay.
optimist, bro.
Well, guess what? You're just smoking the copium on this one, my guy. And I think part of it is because you want it to be real in the future because you love handheld gaming. So you're like,
I
oh, this would be
do.
really cool if you get one. But there's nothing that Microsoft or Xbox has done that makes me feel confident in them shelving a project only to bring it back later, especially if you are going to do third party stuff and have third parties do it. What is it? Like, why would you even bother? Like I said,
This will be the exception that proves the rule.
the only scenario that I can see is if suddenly the handheld gaming market explodes and now these devices are selling way more than they did before.
Why do they make expensive surfaces then?
Because they can. I don't
That's
know.
exactly the same scenario. Like, it's the market for the high end Surface devices is so minuscule. It's so minuscule. And like the $4,000 Razer Blade laptop, how many units do you think they manufacture of that, bro?
I don't know.
Not many. Not many people buy the $4,000 Razer Blade 18. Not many people. But they will make one as a reference device for OEMs. That's my belief. They need to do this. If they're sort of bridging the gap between Xbox as a console and Xbox as a PC, they need these reference devices, even if they only sell hundreds of thousands of units. I think we'll get one. Could be
Okay.
fucking wrong.
I think you'll be wrong, but whatever.
What do I get if they make one? What do I get?
What do you want? Wouldn't you be what you're getting?
Buy me a game.
Wouldn't
I want you to buy me a game.
But you get all the games. What do you want me to buy you? You get all the games for free for review. Like, what do you want me to get you? I'll get you a book. I'll get you a Warcraft book. How's that?
No, I want a book that you want me to read, a horror book.
I told you the one you should read.
What was that again?
The Troop.
The Troop.
Yeah.
The Troop.
The Troop by Nick Cutter.
You know what I've been trying to read recently? Have you heard of Absolute Batman?
Comic book?
Yeah, Absolute Batman. Have you heard of it?
Not particularly. No.
It's like an alternative universe Batman, where it's
so
like
an Elseworld story.
Yeah, kind of. I've been reading that. It's pretty cool, bro.
So you like pictures?
The Joker's like a demon and shit.
So
yeah, I like pictures, man. Sue me, bro. I like pictures. Okay.
Mm.
When I see a whole page of text, I just kind of my brain turns off.
All right. I mean,
I might be a professional writer, but I don't like reading.
It's no wonder, because reading your articles, you can tell those articles haven't seen an editor. All the grammar mistakes and
what? Fuck.
All the yeah, you can definitely tell you don't read your own work.
No, you know that article I published the other day about Xbox being cooked.
Okay, but you're the optimist, though.
Yeah, I wrote it. Well, it was sort of like it wasn't Xbox being cooked. It was more like Amy and Satya don't care about Xbox. That was kind of the theme of the article. I wrote it straight into the content management system. I didn't check a single thing. I didn't tell an editor I'd written it, and I just published it.
And how did that go?
That is straight from the heart, bro. Well,
yeah.
A lot of people read it. I got some compliments.
Did you make any mistakes that you had to correct?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I haven't read it.
Okay.
I don't proofread articles, bro. 2025. I ain't got time for that shit. I got Instagram Reels to look
at. So who proofreads it? AI?
Nobody proofread the article.
So I mean, but normally at Windows Central, who proofreads the articles?
Well, we all proofread each other's articles usually, but I just put that straight through, man.
Okay.
I was like, fuck it. I put that shit straight through.
Straight through. All right.
I'll probably get in trouble if anyone actually notices I did that, but
well, I mean, you just said so on the show. So if somebody's listening from Windows Central, then they'll know.
No, nobody from Windows Central is listening to the show.
No, nobody. Absolutely not. You say that about Xbox, but or other companies. I'm pretty sure other people listen to this from there. So
I doubt it, man. Nobody from Windows Central is listening to this, right? Everyone in chat, no.
Nobody from Windows Central's here. Okay.
I don't think so, but I just feel like it's more honest. You know, if I write from the heart and I pour my heart out onto the page, into the keyboard, and I don't read it back, and I just publish it, then it's like truly from the heart, right? That's kind of like how I see it. Maybe that's dumb, but sometimes, like when I write editorials, I don't check them. I just just put it out there, man.
You just put it out there. All right.
I just put it out there.
We have Frosty, who says, "Hey guys, discussion around Game Pass Call of Duty seems to be that it isn't sustainable or a mistake to put day one on Game Pass. Are these changes to ensure Game Pass survives, or does Microsoft just want to maximize profits?" I'm gonna go with the latter.
That's a big topic, right?
I think it's a revenue play. I think they pretty much. I think what a lot is going on with the Xbox, especially with the multi-platform stuff, is really just about revenue at the end of the day. They need more of it. And yeah, Sarah Bond doesn't look good for Sarah Bond to come out there and be like, Game Pass is profitable and we had our best year and we made $5 billion. And you're like, oh damn, that's a lot of money. Okay, cool. And then all of a sudden, by the way, give us more money. Give us 50% more money if you're on Ultimate. And they'll make the argument, Microsoft themselves, I won't make the argument, but they'll make the argument that the price hike is justified because, well, we're giving you more day one games, 50% more, actually, from
No.
50 to 75.
Macroeconomic conditions.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, sure. They'll also say economic conditions, but they're actually giving you more. They're giving you more games, so we have to spend more money to get more games, therefore we have to charge you more. We've also added Fortnite Crew as part of the subscription, and that's by itself a $12 value or $11.99. And also these Ubisoft Classic games, which are super old, but also cost money because we got to cut check to Ubisoft. So them, they probably justify it to themselves that the price increase, while nobody wants to pay more for something, they'll probably argue it's justified because look at all these extra things that you're getting. You're getting more, and you're getting all this stuff. And that's where kind of the discussion last week, came to a head because it really just seems like you were just bragging about how much you were making, and now you're trying to get even more, adding things that a lot of the user base potentially doesn't want. So it really just feels like, to me, it feels like, well, am I just subsidizing Microsoft trying to like capture Fortnite kiddos? Because I don't give a shit about Fortnite Crew. I'll never give a shit about Fortnite Crew. It's like, did my subscription get more expensive because of that? Because I would imagine that's probably not a cheap thing for Microsoft to acquire. I'm sure they cut a big check to Epic for that, right? But I feel this is more like a directive, very much like the multi-platform stuff. It was like, we just need to make more money. We need our profit margins need to be higher than what they are. So we're just going to charge people what it is. And I did some napkin math, which I said on the show last week. It was like, well, if they have 30 million subs and they're paying $20 a month, $600 million. If they lost 10 million, so it was 20 million playing 30, it's still $600 million. Right? So there's a chance that the amount of people that unsubscribed or the amount of people that downgraded, like you downgraded from the top tier.
About that.
Did you not go back on it now? Have you deceived everybody?
So I downgraded. Oh, actually, I didn't downgrade. I completely cancelled it.
Oh, so you're done.
However, I discovered my phone carrier in the UK offers Xbox Game Pass Ultimate as an add-on for my phone plan.
Okay.
For $14.99 a month, which is cheaper than the old price.
Okay.
In the UK.
All right.
So I subscribed via that. So I still get Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, thanks to Everything Everywhere. Shout out to them. But I don't know how long that lasts though, because I'm pretty sure they'll get rid of that as soon as they notice.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like GameStop selling. Well, we're gonna keep on selling the $19.99 cards, or Amazon selling the 3 month $60 cards, or whatever it is. At some point, I would imagine the inventory on those would go away.
Would dry up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. I'm guessing they've just got a shitload of cards printed with, $19.99 or $20.99, whatever it is written on it. But oh my god, it's Paris Lily in the chat. Shout out to Paris. Hey Paris, thanks for jumping on last week. Oh, I need to thank Paris and Colt last week for jumping on while I was in hospital.
Dying
That was
of a brain
pretty
tumor,
dramatic.
yes.
Yeah, dying of a brain tumor. But yeah, the I did plan to cancel because I think what this whole price hike sort of generated was a wave of people examining if Game Pass Ultimate is even worth it for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I sort of did, and we spoke about this on Tuesday on Xbox Two Ultimate on Patreon, but I looked at all the games that I actually played on Game Pass that year, this past year, and it's not that many, you know. I played and discovered Atomfall because of Game Pass Ultimate. I really love Atomfall. I probably would have skipped Atomfall if it wasn't for Game Pass. So that was like what at least one game that I could definitively thank Game Pass for was Atomfall. I really loved that game, especially as a British person. There was a bunch of indie games I played randomly here and there, but it's like I'm sitting there thinking, is this worth $360 per year to me? And the answer is probably no, you know, especially when like even when you disregard the fact that yeah, I do get codes as a result of being a game journalist and stuff like that. Occasionally, although like Windows Central's like really reduced the amount of game reviews we do just because of budget cuts and not having enough time to do them. Like we didn't get codes for Battlefield 6, for example. So like there are some games that a lot of games that I will just buy outright. And I don't even review games that often myself. I think I've reviewed like 2 or 3 games this year, and like one of them was Silent Hill F, which obviously wasn't on Game Pass. So like I'm sitting there wondering to myself, like, how much would I actually use Game Pass Ultimate? I use the cloud a lot because my girlfriend takes over the TV. But do I need 1440p cloud? Probably not. Do I need, QHD resolution on my phone? Probably not. 1080p is fine for cloud. So like I was thinking premium's better for me. But then I discovered Everything Everywhere offers it for $14.99 a month. So yeah, I'll do that for now until they ban it, right?
Yeah.
Did you cancel your subscription?
I still have a year left because I think it was what was it like? I remember I stacked 3 years, and so I think I have 1 year left. I forget that I know I stacked, and I'm trying to think like, did I do that in 2019 and then did it again in 2022, or maybe in 2022 I did it 1 year, but then in 2023 I stacked 3 years. But either way, like my subscription doesn't run out till November of next year, so you know,
Will you turn off recurring billing?
recurring bill is not even on. So that's one of the first things. That's one of the first things I did was I don't have that on. I don't have that on for uh well no I mean have it on for Netflix and stuff. But I remember I turned that off like back in 2018 because I didn't want to be charged monthly for this and because you could get Game Pass for cheaper in other places. So like I just always had it off.
Fair enough.
But yeah, what do you think about the question though? Is this about the are these changes to ensure Game Pass survives, or is Microsoft doing this just to maximize profits and revenue? I think it's
I think
about
they're doing it
profits and revenue, but
no. I know for a fact it's about profits and revenue. I've
yeah,
asked around a lot of people, sources, contacts I know, people, fairly high up the list, you could say, fairly high up, you could say, about all this kind of stuff. This was as part. You can take this as a report. This was a result of Amy Hood saying you need to deliver a certain profit margin, and this was the dial they turned in order to deliver that. They tried to do it with $80 games, and they were just like, this is not going to work. They probably looked at like the amount of pre-orders that were being cancelled and all that kind of shit, and they were just decided, you know what, $80 games is not the way to achieve Amy Hood's preferential rates. I was told, I wrote an entire article about Call of Duty being the reason for this. I wrote an entire article about this, and this was a speculative kind of analysis article. I don't know if you read it, Rand, but I speculated that like the member weighted value which is the amount of money that Microsoft allocates to first-party studios who experience cannibalized sales as a result of Xbox Game Pass. I speculated that Call of Duty was vacuuming up so much of that fund that it was affecting their ability to deliver new content to prevent churn, right?
Okay.
So I speculated that in my article, but someone reached out to me and they were like, "You're wrong about this. The reason we put up Game Pass Ultimate prices has nothing to do with Call of Duty. That is literally what I was told. I was told essentially this was as a result of Microsoft having to find a way to hit targets put on top of them by Microsoft, right? And I wrote a whole article about this. I took a fucking long time to write that article, and I had someone message me and just be like, "No, this is not the case." You know, and this is someone I trust immensely, someone who's never lied to me, and this is someone who, helped inform me about Project Kennen and other recent stories which were completely accurate, provable, demonstrably accurate reports that I've done. Someone reached out to me and said this has nothing to do with Call of Duty, even though I've written this huge article saying it was probably to do with Call of
Well,
Duty.
because like if you're just on the outside looking in,
Of,
it
c- of
does it
course,
does
yeah,
look like it has to do with Call of Duty because they made sure to mention it's not in the premium tier.
exactly.
Then you see a report from Bloomberg that says they lost $300 million on it, which okay, like yeah, they didn't sell as many copies because of Game Pass, and it's like everybody sort of knew that, but you thought, okay, well, does that include how much money they would have gotten on extra subscriptions and all those sort of things? So if you're just on the outside looking in, you're like, well, a lot of this has to have to do with Call of Duty, because why else would they raise the price so much? And then why else would they make sure that if you want to play COD, you have to be on the highest tier that got the price increase? So, but
Yeah, I
but you're
mean,
saying you were told directly that it's not about COD, it's about revenue.
it's about revenue. It's about what Dark Fox 2K4 says in chat and what you've said to me over the past week. Line goes up.
Line goes up.
That's what it's about. Line goes up. And this is about like what is the most obvious way to make that happen? Line goes up. And for them, they modeled out basically three types of user. And we've talked about this previously on Xbox Two podcast. Is the three types of user that exist on the Xbox platform? People who graze, and these are
Grazers, as
people
they
who
call them. Yeah.
grazers, like people who they play a game for like half an hour and get bored and then move on to the next game. The grazers.
It
Xbox
sounds
Game
like
Pass
you.
Ultimate. It does a bit, doesn't it? Xbox Game Pass Ultimate revolves around grazers now.
But there's
People
grazers.
who
What's
will.
what's the second? It's explorers, right? What's the second one?
Hmm.
Explorers.
Yeah, I've got a whole pie chart, internal Microsoft documents about the types of user it identifies, user behavior. The Game Pass Ultimate revolves entirely around an analysis about how users behave on Xbox Live. And Game Pass Ultimate now targets specifically the user behavior, the people who would never buy multiple games per year because they're not that passionate about it.
Well,
But if they're,
that's.
if,
Go ahead.
yeah, but if they're presented with a subscription service that they perceive as cheaper, they will let it ride and they will play those games. They would otherwise not buy them at that price point, right? And I'm not saying this is correct. I'm just saying this is what Microsoft believes within their data analyses,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It's funny.
Microsoft believes that Game Pass Ultimate at $30 a month will corner a certain segment of the market who are money affluent, but not necessarily heavily engaged with gaming.
Okay.
And they will access those games and they will let their subscription roll over and they will just graze across the platform about what is available. And the problem with this whole thing is that the 50% price increase completely undermined the fact that premium and standard didn't get a price increase at all. And those tiers laser target the people who are probably like me, you, and the people who are listening to this show, who all they want is multiplayer and maybe some backlog stuff, some random backlog stuff. Maybe they're happy to wait up to a year for things like South of Midnight, Doom, the Dark Ages, whatever. They're happy for that because there's plenty to play. They don't have enough time, and they're happy to play. They're happy to pay £16 a month. But additionally, Xbox Game Pass Standard targets people who want potentially cloud gaming in regions where accessing console hardware is too expensive. Console hardware, PC hardware, things like that. There are countries where Game Pass Essential with cloud makes a lot of sense. And apparently this is where a lot of the signups are coming from right now. Is the cheaper tier. This is where Microsoft sees the growth potential for Game Pass. Is the cheaper, more affordable tiers, and it's probably where they're going to do a lot of their marketing for Game Pass Cloud, Xbox Cloud Gaming, where specific to regions where cloud has the most potential, right? So, yeah, essentially, this is greed. Long story short, Amy Hood has given Xbox Gaming, Microsoft Gaming, whatever the division is called. Amy Hood has given Microsoft Gaming a specific target to hit with regards to its profit margins, and they've identified this restructure of Game Pass as a way to maximize margins. It's got nothing to do with Call of Duty. It's got nothing to do with the platform being a bad business model. Evidently Sarah Bond was out there with statements saying Game Pass was profitable literally weeks before this structure was announced, which isn't the best optics I would personally put out there. So yeah, this is all about margins. And I think it'll be interesting to see what Xbox's financial report looks like when the quarterly financials are announced, which I believe is coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, I think it's the end of the month. But you
End of the month.
mentioned how like people they're like not buying games or whatever. I don't know if you saw that data that came in from Matt Piscatella over at Sakana. It was something like 60% of people only buy like one or two games a year or something, and
dude.
like
Matt Piscatella said that 60% of people only buy 2 games a year, right?
something like that. Yeah,
Game Pass Ultimate is designed to monetize that user behavior. The people who don't care that much about it, but will let their subscription roll over. And we've done polls on Windows Central, and we've done polls on Patreon and stuff. And I know it's qualitative evidence in essence because it doesn't poll the entire user base. But a good 60% of people said they're gonna remain with Game Pass Ultimate. Now, like, you can do some napkin math about how many subscribers they would need to lose in order for that to be unprofitable, but it's lower than 60%. And furthermore, like, not all of those people who are planning to, not all of those people who are planning to remove Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, not all of them are planning to unsubscribe completely. A lot of them are just planning to downgrade. So that figure again becomes like it's not as damaging as social media would have you think. So, it's greed at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's greed. And it's like it's Microsoft corporate's mandate that Phil and Sarah Bond and all those other guys, they need to deliver a certain profit margin in order for Amy and Satya to be happy. And I know for a fact that Phil and Sarah do not want this. It's being foisted on them by the corporate entity that is like the board of directors. And I can't remember the chairman of the board's name. But this is what happens when Xbox goes from being like a side project within Microsoft to being like, oh, we've invested $70 billion into this. It has to provide us with a return. There's people even above Satya. When you look at the chairman of the board and stuff like that, and the sort of activist shareholders who own like thousands and thousands of shares, Phil and Sarah answer to them. And Phil and Sarah, like, the only reason Xbox has anything going for it is because of Phil and Sarah. If it wasn't for Phil and Sarah, Xbox would already be dead.
a lot of people want Xbox to be dead,
And they sure do.
but All right, so let's see. We got that was a long-winded discussion there from that super chat. We got Highlander Grim who says, "Hey, Jason Rand, I was thinking about getting a Steam Deck. Thoughts? I am getting rid of the Series X. I mean, I haven't used the Steam Deck, so
I
I'm not a handheld gaming guy. So that'd be more of a Jess question.
Yeah, so I own a Steam Deck. I've actually got one right here on my desk because I'm currently doing comparison tests between the Steam Deck and Redacted. But if you're planning to move from the Xbox Series X to the Steam Deck, you're gonna have a bad time. The Steam Deck can't run AAA games, not very well. There are like some games that are like hyper optimized for the Steam Deck, stuff like Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate, which do run well on the Steam Deck. But there are so many dozens and dozens of games that just don't run well on a Steam Deck. Um, the Steam Deck's 3 years old, so if you do want to move away from the Xbox ecosystem, I would 100% recommend that you just build a gaming PC, you know, with like a maybe 4070, 4080, something like that. Um, but otherwise, like, nah, Steam Deck ain't. If you've got an Xbox Series X experience and you want to move to Steam Deck, you're gonna have a very, very compromised experience.
All right. Let's see here. We have Noob Sabat says, Jez, tell Rand about how good Sora 2 AI generation is after launching last week.
Yeah, so oh man. So I'm a doom scroller. I'm a doom scroller. Rand is not a doom scroller. Rand does not use Instagram. Rand does not use TikTok. I don't use TikTok, but I do use Instagram. So I'm a doom scroller. And Instagram is crammed with these Sora AI generated bullshit videos right now. They've got like a little Sora logo, like a watermark on them. I don't know if you've seen any of them, Rand. Have
I've
you
seen
seen
I've
any of
seen
them?
some of them. Yeah,
It's crazy, bro.
yeah.
Like
They look they look like garbage, but whatever.
it's it's funny though, you know. But it's also like when I see that Sora logo, I just immediately scroll past it. But Instagram's just crammed with it now.
Well, yeah, because
And it
it's
just
like
kind of like
yeah. That's I've argued that like AI slop is perfect for the TikTok, YouTube short, Instagram reel stuff where it's short and people can just flick through it or whatever, and you could just create whatever you want. Which it's like it's perfect for that format, you know. Like, cause
yeah,
I've seen stuff where it was like Kobe Bryant streaming or whatever, and I'm just like, or dead celebrities saying something stupid, and I'm just like, is this what people are doing with this AI stuff? Is this dumb shit like this? And like every time I see some of that stuff, I'm just like, why would I don't know? Like, I guess this old man
I
yelling
mean,
at clowns. I'm like, why do
no, no,
people?
no, no, no. It's honestly not old men yelling at clouds because it's like when you have a data center like a Microsoft data center or a Google data center or an Oracle data center, it pushes up the cost of electricity in the local region where that data center is situated. And it's like, is AI really just a big expensive meme generation tool? The Bank of England recently warned investors that all of this shit could be a giant bubble. And then when it pops, like the dot-com bubble did pop, it could actually cause global economic damage because 95% of companies, AI companies, companies that are designated as AI companies, haven't seen any return on their investment. If all that AI is good for is making fucking memes, that's completely counterintuitive how expensive it is, right? Um, so yeah, I have seen Sora 2. Rand's seen Sora 2. It's just memes. It's the most expensive fucking memes on the planet. And personally speaking, as a cynic, I want to see it blow the fuck up, man. I want to see all these rich people lose shitloads of money. I want to see it all burn fucking down, bro. I think that'd be funny as fuck. Watching like Sam Altman and shit like lose all this money and Satya and shit. That'd be funny as hell. But I tell you one thing, like if it does all blow up, Microsoft's gonna need Xbox. And like the backlash to AI is palpable, you know. People don't want that shit. Yeah, people want human-made content. They don't want AI slop.
Yeah. We have, let's see here. Phase 23 BK say, Rand, guess Ghost of Yotai going into your backlog? It's in my backlog for now, but I'm going to get to it maybe in December. There's just too much going on. There's, I'm going to play Little Nightmares 3 and Battlefield 6. Ninja Gaiden 4 comes out soon. Like there's just a whole lot of stuff. So I plan on getting to it. It's just I think also the issue was I decided to play Silent Hill 2 more times. So if I had just done one playthrough of Silent Hill, I probably just would have started Ghost. But then Ghost isn't short in itself either. So, but I'll definitely get to it. I still got to get to like Metal Gear Delta and also Silksong at some point. So I got to get to those as well. Phase 23 says next year GTA 6 is going to eat Call of Duty lunch. I mean, next year GTA 6 is going to eat everybody's lunch. It's not just relegated to Call of Duty.
Do you know what? Do you know whose lunch it's not going to eat?
Who?
World of Warcraft Midnight, baby.
Oh, it will.
World of Warcraft expansion, bro.
Moses says Microsoft spent $70 billion just to lose to Battlefield. Laughing emoji.
That's true.
Yeah, well, yeah. We have Nazir. Sorry if I said your name wrong. Says Jez, dig into E-Day yet? Dig into E-Day, Jez? You know anything about
E-Day?
Yeah, E-Day.
I don't know anything about E-Day, but I do know it's coming next year. Is that public? It probably is, right?
Yes, Phil said that at the thing.
Yeah, so I'll tell you one thing. Microsoft internally is referring to 2026 as Return of the Four Horsemen.
The Return.
Fable.
Yep.
Four Horsemen.
Fable, what are they referring to it internally? Say that again. The Return of the Four Horsemen.
Yeah. Fable.
Is that confirmed? Is that literally what like internal Microsoft documents have it listed as? The Return of the Horsemen?
No. It's just sort of like a sort of comedic kind of internal reference. Fable, Gears, Forza, Halo, and also it's the Xbox 360's 25th. No, the Xbox platform's 25th anniversary. So it's like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Fable, Gears, Halo, Forza, and there's no better way of doing it, right?
Yeah, we've already had Forza Horizon 6 revealed at the Tokyo Game Show. So I believe I made the prediction that it's going to be launching early next year, like in May, April. We figure or we think Halo Remake Combat Evolve is going to be announced end of October at the Halo World Championship Series. I mean, they pretty much said so. So that's going to get revealed soon. Makes me wonder if that's also coming earlier than people think. Because if they're revealing it, I mean, Gears E-Day's been revealed a while, and Fable's been revealed for a bit, but I was under the impression that I thought, well, Halo would just release on the anniversary. It makes the most sense, November 15th, right? But is it possible maybe they chop it up into like Forza and Halo in the first half of the year, and then the back half of the year is Fable and Gears alongside a new Call of Duty and whatever else they might have, potentially a GTA 6 if it gets delayed. So
like 14 says in the chat that Phil said in an interview that he calls them Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. So
there you go.
It's not his special knowledge. Like clearly it's just public. I didn't know that. But like my sources refer to them as Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse as well. So I guess that's just the whole fucking thing. But yeah, it does seem like Fable's launching in 2026.
Not according to Special Nick. Not according to Special Nick.
Oh, are you really gonna do Special Nick like that?
Well, he's doing it himself.
I've run out of milk.
What do you mean?
I've run out of milk.
What do you need milk for?
My white Russians, bro.
Well, maybe it's time to stop drinking then.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, a little birdie tells me we'll see more of Fable in January.
I mean, that's a good thing to guess. The developer direct probably see more Forza, more Fable.
Yeah, I've actually
more
heard
Gears.
this, like,
I don't know.
there's a pretty good sprint of Xbox events coming up, bro. Like
A
November, December,
sprint.
January.
What's
Yeah,
what's what's
sprint,
coming in
bro.
November?
Well, partner preview in November is
Oh,
what I've heard.
you think a part? Well, I mean, they haven't done one yet, so
Yeah. So partner preview in November is what I've heard. Don't know if true, but if it is, you heard it here first. Then I've heard that Xbox has some things for the Game Awards as well. So
really,
there
they
should be
got stuff
something.
for the
Yeah,
Game Awards, and then they're gonna have
got stuff.
something for the Dev Direct in January.
Yeah, Game Awards in December, and then Dev Direct in January. I've heard the Dev Direct in January very strong, so you can presume at least you've got the Fable in there, I would presume, and also in October you've also got the Halo World Championships, which is one of the topics of the show. So
Yeah.
there should be some good stuff to offset the drama with regards to the
Let's
price
let's talk
increase.
about the Halo thing real quickly,
Sure.
because I don't know what to make of this. So you tell me. It doesn't seem good. So Halo art director has left after 17 years with a cryptic message suggesting it was on bad terms. So Glenn Israel joined Bungie when it was still working on Halo in 2008, and then moved to 343 Industries in 2010 to continue working on the franchise. He's since served as the concept artist and senior concept artist in the series for 17 years. His first credit being on Halo 3 ODST. So this is a dude that's been around for a while, right? On his LinkedIn page, that he announced he's leaving the developer, and he said, "As of today, after 17 long years, I'm officially no longer contributing to the Halo universe. There's a little more I can say for the moment, though I intend to share this particular story in its entirety when it's absolutely safe to do so next year. In the meantime, I have a message for anyone and everyone who needs to hear it. I know the state of our industry seems dire, but never forget that you are free to choose. No illusion of security, nor promise of wealth or fame or power is worth trading away your health, your dignity, your ethics, or values. And no one can force you to. Stay strong. Take evidence when necessary, and find where you belong." Take evidence when necessary, he says. This doesn't seem very good, Jez. It's Rebs Gaming's been reporting on it. Says there's like leadership issues or something going on in Halo and blah 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 blah.
I corroborate Rebs Gaming's report.
Yeah.
I've heard Pierre Hintz. I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I apologize. But I've heard Pierre Hintz isn't exactly super popular within Halo Studios. But I haven't put a report up on Windows Central because I don't have enough sources on it. It's just sort of like industry rumors, hearsay, like a couple of sources here and there. When it comes to like that kind of stuff, when it comes to a Windows Central report rather than podcast speculation, I like to have more sources. I like to have documents. I like to have like physical evidence. But I sort of like Rebs Gaming's report kind of echoes what I've been hearing. Is that like it's difficult at Halo Studios. It's still difficult, and also like some people were laid off from Halo Studios as well, which sort of amplified the issues to some degree. So I think with regards to Halo, it's still a big question mark. It's still a big wait and see. I don't know if Microsoft is confident about Halo's future as a franchise, but the Halo TV show did really well on Netflix.
I mean, it did. It did. I don't know. Those articles are. I always see those articles like, oh, this old show's blown up on Netflix, and you see the numbers, and it's like, not really. I've seen people suggest, well,
No,
maybe,
right.
Dude, no, not really. It sure, it may be in the top 10 or whatever, but I've seen people suggest that is doing so well that they could renew it or bring it back, and it's like, no, like that ship sailed so long ago. They're not like those contracts and everything. They ran out. Like Netflix isn't going to renew that stuff. The numbers on it aren't that good. So it's just people writing articles about stuff that they can get clicks on. Like that's all it really is. Maybe if the show came out and was like doing, oh my god, we haven't seen a show like this on Netflix pull these numbers in a bit. But it's just whatever. It's just doing okay. But yeah, so I don't know what's going on with Halo. It always seems something is going up there, and we've yet to see. I'm sort of waiting for this reveal of Halo Combat Evolved Remake, because it's going to be people's first taste of it and whatever direction Halo Studios is moving in. And we've talked about this before, about the rock and a hard place that 343 and Bungie and now Halo Studios has always been in, where they need to like modernize Halo to bring it into...
Do me a favor.
What?
Do me a favor, Rand.
What?
Put a poll in chat. Should Halo have sprint? Put that in chat. Should Halo have sprint? I'm curious what the Xbox 2 universe thinks about it.
I mean, why shouldn't it have sprint? Let me see. Start poll.
I'm curious what people think about this.
Should Halo remake, Halo 1 remake have sprint? Yes, no. Start poll. There you go. So the rumor has it that Halo 1 remake does have sprint, I think.
People are
among
divided.
other things.
I just wanted to like illustrate the fact that when franchises get so old, there almost becomes like a generational divide about what people's expectations are. I see this in World of Warcraft all the time. World of Warcraft is a 20-year-old franchise. Halo is a 25-year-old franchise. Is Halo now? So like people have like, depending on where you came into Halo, you have different perceptions about how you want the game to be, right? Like I remember when was it Halo 5 or Halo 4, which had the ground pound and the sprint and stuff like that. It was like a huge debate about whether Halo should have sprint. Well, yeah, it was a huge debate though, right? It was a huge debate.
Yeah, I mean, there's power. Yeah, it's like there's but Bungie's always tried to, evolve Halo, and then sprint was added with. Was sprint added in was it one of the power armors or one of the abilities in 4 or in 3 or in Reach, or was sprint added for Halo 5? I forget the timeline, but what I meant by the rock and the hard place is people like the purists, or at least a lot of the older fans, want Halo needs to be one specific thing in one specific way. It can't have this. It can't have aim down sights. It can't have all the modern amenities that modern first-person shooters have added over the course of time when wasn't around for the original Halo. And if it adds those things, it's disgusting. But then some of the feedback you hear from new players are like, Halo is slow. Why can't I aim down sights? Why can't I sprint? I don't want to play this because of those reasons. And
why does Cortana have clothes on?
So it's like, if you want, it's always been, we need to satisfy the old fans and just give them enough so they don't consistently bitch. But then we also need to add new stuff for the new players. And with the Halo 1 remake, it's like, okay, we're doing this. It's the 25th anniversary remake. We can make it look a lot better. We're going to put it on multiple platforms. I can imagine there being a discussion of, what do we want to do? Do we want to add sprint? Do we want to make some other changes? Because there are some rumors suggesting that sprint's in the game. And not only is sprint in the game, but there are level design changes too. So it does seem... So you have like Gears Reloaded, which was a straight up remaster of a remaster. And I've said on the show, I had zero interest in playing the game. I haven't played the game. I'll never play that game again. Because I played Gears 1 so much. And I'm not interested in just a straight up port of it. It's like, they didn't do anything other than, better frame rate and, better resolution. I'd be interested in the Gears 2 remaster because it's been a while since I played Gears 2. But with Gears 1, I was like, no. And with the Halo remake, I was like, I'm not really that much interested in it because I've played the game so many times. Right before because I think I mentioned before, I didn't get an Xbox until right around Halo 2 came out. So that's when I played Halo 1. So I played Halo 1 in 2004. I played it again when the remaster came out, or the anniversary edition, and then I played it again a whole bunch of times when Master Chief Collection came out. So I'm like, I'm over Halo CE. It's like, okay, yeah, cool. I'll be interested in maybe seeing what the art looks like, but if you're just going to keep it the same, but it's just prettier, I'm not really interested in that. But then you start hearing rumors that actually they're changing stuff. I don't know if they're going to change any lore stuff. I doubt they will, but there's going to be some level design changes potentially, and there's going to add sprinting. And so now I hear this stuff, I'm like, oh, this sounds more like a Resident Evil 2 style remake, where they're like kind of maybe changing some stuff, modernizing it. And I'm like, ooh. So I'm thinking, like, if this is true, man, how angry are people going to get? At least how angry are the purists going to get? And then, if they really get angry, I guess you could always pull the Don Matrick, where you could say, hey, we got a Halo for you. If you want the original, go play it on Master Chief Collection, which is true because it's still there. You can still play it in all its glory. You can play the multiplayer and stuff, and I think the rumors suggest that there is no multiplayer for this. So there would be no sprinting and all that stuff that would cloud or change the multiplayer. It's just like a single player stuff. So I'm very curious to see, one, if the rumors will true, and two, if they are true, how the internet and how the purists will react to it. Because I do think Halo needs to find new players. And I think if you cater to the past, you overly cater to the past, you won't find those new players, and the franchise is just going to be stuck in a steady decline, as it seemed like it's been for a bit anyways. So you need to do new things. You need to bite the bullet and make it more modern to appeal to the people that like, modern amenities and stuff, and move from there. And if you piss off the hardcore, that's just where you got to go. Because I honestly don't know what's left for Halo. I mean, they're going to go multi-platform, and you could say that's the best thing for the franchise to get more eyes on it. PlayStation users, potentially Switch users. It's going to be all on PC and stuff. So it has the chance to get a lot of new eyes on it, and first impressions come like, it's going to be important for them, for people to like what they play, because there's going to be a brand new Halo like 7 eventually down the road, or whatever other projects they're doing. And if they play Remake and it's just the same old Halo, a lot of people are going to be like, ew. Right?
Ugh.
Ew. But then,
Ew.
I don't know. It's got to be tough to be in charge of a franchise, because if they change some stuff...
I mean, Halo is under so much scrutiny by the fans right now. And it's like, it's earned scrutiny, sure, but it's like, would you want to be running that shit? I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't either. I definitely wouldn't. Because I would be in favor of changing some stuff. And I know...
What would you change? What would you change?
Dude, I totally would have sprint in, 100%. Like, you couldn't convince me not to. Especially for a single-player game. Like, you could make the case for multiplayer, but still, it's like, okay, well, why can't I just sprint around the open battlefield, the playground that you would make? I mean, what is it? Come on.
You know what I'd have?
What?
Naked Cortana, baby.
Naked Cortana, okay. But, going
I
back...
can't believe they gave her clothes, Rand. What is the point of Halo if Cortana is wearing clothes?
I don't know.
Seriously, tell me. I want to know.
I don't know.
The whole point of Halo was naked Cortana, surely. Chat, back me up here. I know chat will back me up here. Didact Bro says Gunnar Cortana should come back. Exactly.
Gunnar Cortana. So we're talking Halo 4 Cortana, right? Where she was going rampant and her personality was changing because she was about to die. So she
was naked, bro. She was fucking naked, bro.
Gunnar Cortana, and then they put clothes on her, and you barely saw her in Halo 5.
Yeah, when she had clothes on, I was just like, this franchise is
you
barely
saw her. Well, I mean, I guess you barely saw her in Halo Infinite, but
No, she was dead in Halo Infinite, bro.
Dude,
She
spoilers.
she has to be naked. If she's not naked, the whole franchise is dead, bro. She has to be naked.
You know, I was so taking it back to the art director's comments. I was kind of
See,
like,
this is why the art director quit.
do you think
Because
maybe do you think maybe they,
Microsoft was like, you can't make Cortana a Guna Cortana.
you know what I think they said? It's like you can't make him a Gunnar Cortana, but if you do use it, you have to use AI, and he's just like, no. Maybe it all came around to using AI in games, AI art.
Yeah, you can only make an AI Guna Cortana.
So who knows what's going on? But it does sound like we will be seeing Halo Combat or the Halo Champion or Halo Combat Evolve remake at the end of the month. And
Bro, if you Google search Cortana Rule 34,
oh,
you see what I'm
jeez.
talking about, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You see what I'm
I'm
talking
sure you
about,
do.
bro?
I'm sure you do.
Don't search that, by the way.
Silent
That was
Cypher, the
just-
super chat says,
don't search that.
Jez, Rand is stronger willed man than us. I'm definitely stronger willed man than Jez for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Meat Puppet says,
definitely.
Rand and Jez, which comes first, Scalebound, KOTOR remake, or the Xbox handheld? The KOTOR remake. I'll say that.
What about a Lost Odyssey remake?
Yeah, because I mean, Jez. What? So Phil mentioned what? Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey.
Yep.
What else did he mention? The 4 games, the 4 Japanese games.
Off the top of my head, the only Cortana, no, I got Cortana in the fucking brain. He's mentioned Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon. I don't know. I don't remember what other games you mentioned. We're still talking about Guna Cortana right now, but you know, no
Gunnar Cortana.
Mecha Salt, and Scalebound. I don't know. No, he mentioned specifically with regards to TGS. He mentioned 4 games. He mentioned Mecha Salt, Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, and another one. I can't remember the other one.
I mean,
but like Mecha Salt. Oh no, Crimson Skies.
Was it Crimson Skies? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Crimson Skies. So Mecha Salt and Crimson Skies, there are licensing issues with regards to these. So Mecha Salt is owned by Tops, which is owned by some random ass dude, and they own the sort of merchandising rights and the tabletop rights to the BattleTech universe, which includes Mecha Salt, which means Microsoft they don't want to really work on it because it's like, well, we're helping someone else's franchise here. They don't wholly own the BattleTech universe. They only own the gaming rights to it, which kind of precludes them from cloud gaming, merchandising, stuff like that. Maybe one day they could buy the full rights to it, but they're not there yet. And also Crimson Skies is also bound up in that to some degree, I think. And also, he didn't mention this, but Shadowrun is also sort of bound up in that weird licensing universe. But, Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, I don't know much about Blue Dragon, but Lost Odyssey is owned, at least in part, by Mistwalker. Mistwalker just released a game on Xbox called Neo Fantasian, which was originally an iOS exclusive with Apple's arcade program, which is kind of like Apple's Game Pass. Yeah, Apple has their own Game Pass, and it's fucking trash, like everything else Apple does. But yeah, they took a bag from Apple and they made an JRPG called Neo Fantasian, which is available on Xbox now because the deal expired with them. So Phil said those were the 4 most requested franchises. Rad, if I was to ask you, which of those franchises do you think is most likely to come back?
If I had to pick from those 4,
Yeah.
I mean, does a remaster count? Are we talking like a new game in the series or a remake?
Both remaster, remake, anything like that.
I would say Lost Odyssey, or at least I want it to be Lost Odyssey. I guess would be my pick.
It's a pretty good pick, bro.
But out of these that Meat Puppet asked, I think KOTOR remake we'll see. Scalebound we'll never see, and Xbox handheld we'll never see. So
You bastard.
I know. PETA says, I think the delay is they want hybrid CPU that has a serious console stuffed inside, so the real Xbox handheld plays actual Xbox games. Maybe it's a possibility.
No, I know that for a fact. The chip they're working on with AMD is supposed to be a hybrid chip that runs our Xbox ecosystem, and this is the ideal scenario for both developers and also, gamers. We don't want to lose our access to our library. We don't want a console that comes out which kind of like is like, oh yeah, you can get the next console, but you don't get access to your game library. Nobody wants to see that. So the whole point of this is that AMD is providing some kind of hybrid kind of chip for this universe, for better or worse. That's the whole point of this chip. So yeah, that's what's happening.
Okay.
Does it come out? I don't know.
Well, we'll talk about that in just a minute. We got Vul, who says, this is my super chat. Rand, read all the Absolute DC books. Buy Absolute Martian Manhunter and read it physically. Absolute Wonder Woman is my favorite. So
yeah, so I need to tell you about Absolute, man. I need to brief. Yeah, so the Absolute Batman universe, from what I understand, it's kind of like an alternate universe Batman. So instead of being a rich guy, Batman's like a working class guy. And like the Joker is like, instead of being like a regular dude, he's like a demon or something. So it's like an Elseworld thing. And a lot of the rogues gallery, like people like the Riddler and stuff, they were like Batman's childhood friends, and the Joker like systemically goes to these different villains and like turns them to villains in like the most evil way possible. It's really cool, man. So definitely check it out, bro. I think you'd like it. Bro.
Bro, I got so many books to read in my not even a backlog, my TBR, that comic book stuff isn't something I'm gonna be moving to the forefront. I'll just be honest with people. That ain't gonna happen, really. We got Housemark, who says, will Phil Spencer be in the next season of The Walking Dead? He already turned Xbox into a zombie. In Brazil on Amazon, the Series S costs the same as the PS5 digital bundle with Astrobot and GT7. It doesn't make sense.
No, the price increase in Brazil is like egregious. Like everywhere, most other places got a 50% price increase. Brazil got 100%.
I know. What's up with that? Is it the dreaded market conditions thing?
Well, I think part of it is like this weird drama between Brazil's government and Trump. So like Brazil government has some kind of weird beef with Trump right now, which is kind of like given Brazil unfavorable tariff conditions, for whatever. I don't really know the full stint of it, but that's kind of like partially what's going on, at least. And obviously, consumers end up getting fucked over because of it, for better or worse. So that's kind of the simplistic version of what's going on. But I don't know. Let's not beat around the bush here. Microsoft made $100 billion last year. Over $100 billion in raw profit. Microsoft could afford to give a little back to the fans.
Bro,
they can totally afford that shit, bro.
Line has to go up.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like Rand said, line goes up. So yeah, it just kind of sucks. This is our economic system, bro.
I mean, I can't imagine those. Those prices are pretty horrific. And Brazil was a stronghold for Xbox too. People loved Xbox in Brazil, and they've pretty much killed it there. I mean, people look at it.
It sucks. It really sucks because Brazil is like some of the most passionate fucking Xbox fans on the planet, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mexico and Brazil, like and Latin America in general. They're some of the most passionate Xbox fans, and it feels like Xbox just doesn't care. And this comes back to like previous criticism of Xbox's Anglo-centricism, where it's like Xbox prioritizes America and the United Kingdom and Australia and Canada, like the English-speaking places, because it's it's an American company at the end of the day. So it's like, it's cheaper for us to liaise with these markets or whatever, but it fucks them over in the end because they don't have the Japanese market, they don't have the Chinese market because they don't globalize themselves. And it really sucks that Xbox has these like hyper passionate markets like Brazil and they don't deliver for those fans. It just pisses me off, bro. It really fucking pisses me off, Rand.
Hmm.
And time to pour another drink.
You go pour that drink.
I'm running out of Kahlua, man.
Justin says, Jez, why do you hate AI? Why and when will it fail?
Man, that's a complicated topic. Do a whole pod. Why I hate AI is because these tech companies have stolen my content. I've spent 10 years writing content about Xbox and new gaming and all that kind of stuff. And these companies like OpenAI and Google and Microsoft, they've come in, swept in, and stolen my content. They've stolen my content and they've used it to train their AI models. And when you ask Copilot a question, it'll give me a little link at the bottom of the article, which says sources Windows Central. I literally searched for something recently and it was like sources Windows Central at the bottom. Nobody clicks that fucking link. So Copilot and these big tech companies have sort of like stolen my content and they've made an entire business model out of it. And we are not big enough to fight them legally on this shit. We just kind of have to pray that Disney and these other big corporations who are also getting ripped off create some kind of legal precedent. And that's kind of the thrust of why I don't like AI. But at the same time, it's just kind of like it is what it is. Like what can I possibly do to push back against this? What can any of us possibly do? Like even like disregard the Xbox 2 podcast for a minute, but like even big channels like Linus Tech Tips and these other like mega channels on YouTube, even they're talking about how like AI is stealing their content and also like flooding the algorithm with bullshit. Like the whole like dead internet theory. Like the algorithm is clogged up with random bullshit AI content and it sort of removes the profitability of making content in general. Now, the pure irony here is the short termism, right? The short term thinking. Because if AI in the next, 3 or 4 quarters puts a lot of these websites and these YouTubers out of business, where's AI going to steal its information from in order to perpetuate itself? It's not a viable business model because of all these companies and all these like YouTubers and these content creators and these writers go out of business, AI will have nothing to steal from. So it's just kind of like it highlights the the bollocks of the public shareholder driven the hype cycle and all that kind of bullshit because there's no long-term future for this ecosystem. For AI to proliferate, there needs to be like a virtuous ecosystem where content creators, whether it's Windows Central or people like Maca who makes guides, which AI steals Maca's guides and then reproduces them as content. There needs to be like a virtuous cycle where content creators are compensated when AI steals their content in order to reproduce it and then sell it. There needs to be a cycle. Otherwise, like the humans who are making the information for these models get compensated. Otherwise, AI will have no one to steal from and it will get dumber. It'll start stealing from itself. And, there's a whole concept about this called model death. If AI is learning from AI, it gets dumber. So it just doesn't work. The whole system is fucked. And that's kind of that's my opinion about that. I don't care about myself. Like, I will be fine. I just care about like the other content creators who get fucked over by it.
We have a super chat here from Sir Riffslot. Says, can gaming benefit from renting games like Amazon rents movies? Pay for the weekend or a week. Rent any game and not those locked to a service.
I think there is like room for Microsoft to diversify like the access to Game Pass. There's definitely room for that, right? Um, will they actually deliver that? I don't know. But it's clear that Microsoft's experimenting with the business model overall. And I think that's evident from the fact that like they've been like, oh shit, we need to look at other ways to make money with Game Pass. Right now, their model is let's just increase the prices, but I don't think that's sustainable. In a universe where people are really concerned about the cost of living, I don't think that's sustainable, but we'll
Yeah,
see,
because you're
right?
at $30 now. Are you going to be at 35 next year? You're going to be at 40 the year after? Are you going to have smaller increases?
$40?
I'm just saying, like, number goes up. We these streaming entertainment things, like the subscription cost always goes up. So are we going to see minimal increases next year? Because they're probably going to increase the prices next year. Are you going to have is it going to be 32 instead of 30? Will they go to 35? So are we talking in 3 years? Are we looking at $40 a month where it's like, holy crap, the value is so skewed because games are 70 or 80, but now a month of Game Pass is 40. So now the value proposition is sort of out of whack because you're just charging more. Will they start raising the prices of the lower tiers? I don't know, but I mean, rest assured that price will go up just like everything else. So I don't know how that's gonna work in the future. I mean, are we talking like 5 years from now? Like, is it gonna be $45? And it's like,
Dude, will the world even exist
it's not
five
even
years
that.
from
It's
now,
like at
bro?
some point, will it get so expensive where it's just I'm just gonna buy the game? Was that one of their goals? Maybe positioning people back into buying content instead of just waiting for stuff to come to Game Pass. Be like, well, I just might buy something. And I have thought about this. Like, well, yeah, you can rent the movie. You got 48 hours to watch it, or 48 hours to finish it if once you start watching it. But even still, like it's well, I guess it depends. If you want to rent something the day it comes out on digital, it's $20, which is pretty expensive for something like a 2-hour movie. If you wait a little bit, like another month, you can rent it for $9.99, and if you wait even further, you can rent it for $4 or whatever. So there's variable pricing based on how long the movie's been out. Could that work in gaming? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, like, what would you charge for something like a Little Nightmares 3, for example, the game that's 3 or 4 hours? Like, do you charge, I don't know, $10 to rent it through something, $20 to rent it? I mean, but the cost of the game by itself is 40. So what would be a good price for you to rent it and play it for just a week? I'm not sure.
Well, we kind of know that Microsoft is looking into other ways to onboard people. I think Microsoft's like laser focused on finding new users. Microsoft, one of the big issues right now is that Xbox fans feel abandoned because Microsoft is laser focused on finding new users no matter how, where, and why they come in. And I think one of the ways that they can find new users potentially is to look at new user acquisition models. So one of those is like cheaper Game Pass. Like cloud is now Xbox Cloud Gaming Access is now cheaper than it's ever been. And there are rumors that Microsoft's going to add a free tier of Xbox Game Pass, which is supported by ads, similar to NVIDIA GeForce Now. With NVIDIA GeForce Now has a free tier which is supported by ads, right? Microsoft has a Bing ads platform which would, tie into this, blah blah blah, backwards and forwards, whatever. So maybe there's a universe where Microsoft, like, if you are a gamer who's playing Fortnite free to play and you haven't paid for a microtransaction anytime soon, anytime recently, maybe you see a maybe you see an advert, maybe you see a video ad. Microsoft's already put in video ads, not video ads, but like full screen pop-up ads on the Xbox dashboard when people sign in sometimes. And I wouldn't be surprised if like there is a universe where maybe you can just rent a game. Maybe there's a cohort of users that would be happy to rent a game, for a minimum amount of money, like I don't know, $4 or something, $5. Just rent a game for a month, and maybe that's a way to like bring in users who not only don't want Game Pass, but they also don't want to pay $70 for a game. but then there are still a cohort of users which will pay $70 for a game. There's a cohort of users which will pay $30 a month for games. There's a cohort of users that will pay $16 a month for Xbox Game Pass Premium, and so on and so forth. You know, the globalized issue with gaming right now is that there isn't a steady cadence of new users coming in. For whatever reason. I don't know what that is, but youngsters are not graduating from being 5 years old into becoming cool gamers. They're graduating from being 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old into becoming doom scrollers, you know, TikTokers and all that kind of shit. They're not becoming gamers for whatever
Robloxers.
reason. Or Robloxers, yeah. They're not becoming core gamers. So like that's why like we're getting squeezed. I put a tweet out the other day where I was like, World of Warcraft hasn't increased its subscription fee in 20 years. They haven't increased their subscription fee in 20 years, but they have been selling $100 mounts in World of Warcraft. So they've been making money in other ways, right? That's kind of like the way all this works, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Line goes up. What do you say, Rand?
Line goes up.
Line goes up.
Chris says, my friends and I are flying out to the Halo show in a couple weeks, hoping to see some cool stuff. Any word that there be more than one reveal? Man, I don't know. I mean, it seems like you can rest assured we're going to get the remake reveal. As for anything else,
Remake reveal.
maybe.
PlayStation.
I mean, it's a good bet to be on PlayStation. Probably not on Switch, because it doesn't seem like they maybe had dev kits in time. I don't know. It really did seem like Microsoft was going to go all out to support the Switch too, but man, they haven't really seen it yet.
They don't have dev kits, man. No dev kits, bro.
Yeah. Jojo752 says, any idea how large the next Xbox will be? The chipset looks massive. Take another drink, Jez. Cheers, Randall Stoic. So I guess that will lead into the other part. The main sort of topic this week or even last week or whatever was, hey, Xbox canceled next generation hardware, or did they? ... It's gonna put that in the title.
Did they?
Xbox cancels next generation console ... or did they? Because you wrote an article and MSPR came out and said, nope, actively investing, first party. Look back at our announcement with AMD, which they just did 3 months ago at Cerebon, where they announced that stuff and blah 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 blah. But it's raging right now. It's raging because there are people out there saying that they have sources close to the situation and officially confirmed Xbox hardware is dead, right? And you have other people saying the opposite, like. So what exactly is the truth? Where is the truth? What's the line? And I mean, it kind of all begins with, and I can't really fault people for questioning Microsoft's desire to be in the hardware space, because currently, right now, it looks like they don't want to be. With everything going on with the Series consoles, how expensive they are, the 2 price hikes that they've made because of economic market conditions, and the console getting pulled from certain retailers like Sam's Club and Costco, it really does look like Microsoft just doesn't have the appetite for hardware anymore. And combine that with like the price increase of Game Pass, and you have people questioning Microsoft's position in the market, especially with them being multi-platform and putting games on PlayStation and potentially putting stuff on the Switch 2 in the future and already on PC. There are people saying, hey, it doesn't make sense for Microsoft to do a console. I've seen that. I think I've seen Paul Tassi say that. He's like, they shouldn't do one anyways. But I've seen other people suggest it. And, it's just a whole thing. I've seen people being like, well, why didn't Phil Spencer come out and say that the rumor is false? And it's like, well, I mean, they did come out, and PR did come out and say that's not true. But then you have people being like, I don't believe him. And I'm like, well, if Phil Spencer came out and said that, would you believe him anyways? Those same people wouldn't believe him regardless of whatever they would say. So, yeah, but I also sort of feel like it's a problem of their own making a little bit here.
Sure is.
So, what do you think about all this, Jez? What's the truth?
What do I think
Where's it?
about?
What's it all going? What have you heard?
I think the ultimate core issue here is that Microsoft constantly makes contradictory statements. You know, like I know that like when you look at the broader context of what Phil said with regards to Indiana Jones, it's not Indiana Jones with regards to the four games that were coming to xCloud, that were coming to PlayStation, sorry. Um it looks like he was misleading people. Because obviously a few months later we learned that it was Indiana Jones. It was like it's not Indiana Jones, but like if you look at the full context of what he was saying, he's saying like Indiana Jones was not part of the four games that were initially coming first. But it's also like why even mention it? You know, this was a scripted interview with Tina Amini and the you know the Xbox heads. Why even mention it? You obviously knew that the way this obviously knew that this was going to be more than four games. Like all of us said this. Like me and you said this. It was going to be more than four games. This was like the opening of the floodgates. So like when you look at like if you zoom out and look at all the different statements that not only Xbox but Microsoft in general has said, there's like so many examples you can point to of contrarianism where Microsoft said one thing and then done another thing. There's so many examples of this, you know. And when we look at like, if you zoom out even further and look back at Microsoft's history, there are plenty of examples where Microsoft took an industry that they've acquired into that was dominant and fucked it up. You know, when you look at Skype, Internet Explorer, MSN Search, like Microsoft was in a dominant position with all of these platforms, and then they fucked it up. Internet Explorer was by far the dominant web browser, and they fucked it up and gave all the market share to Chrome. MSN Search was a dominant search engine. They fucked it up and gave it all to Google. Windows Phone had tens of millions of users, and they acquired the company for multiple billions of dollars, and they shut it down. So it's kind of like it feeds into what Lena Khan was saying, like the former FTC chief. She was saying like Microsoft's too big to fail. They are a company that can shut down billion-dollar divisions, multiple billions of dollars divisions, and be fine. You know, Microsoft's too big to fail. You know, if Microsoft shut down Xbox tomorrow, it will be devastating in the short term, but in the long term, they'll be fine. They've got AI, they've got cloud stuff, you know, all the business to business stuff. You know, they could become like a more like an Oracle kind of company or a Salesforce kind of company, which revolves entirely around cloud and business to business, and they could just completely fuck off their entire consumer segment. So I think that's where partially where the anxiety comes from, because ultimately, when you look at PlayStation, if PlayStation got rid of if Sony got rid of PlayStation, it would devastate their entire business. PlayStation is the cornerstone of their entire business model, whereas Microsoft rather, Xbox is kind of like Microsoft as an entity would be fine if Xbox went away tomorrow. And Microsoft is not very good at sort of from a corporate level, Microsoft's not very good at sort of reassuring us that they actually give a shit about gaming. Satya never talks about gaming. He only talks about AI. He only talks about cloud. He never talks about gaming at all. If he talks about gaming ever, it's usually through gritted teeth. It's almost like he doesn't want to talk about it. You know, it just feels like this is something incidental for Satya. Satya does not care about gaming. So it's just easy to believe that Microsoft will be a company that would potentially scrap all of this stuff and throw it on the pyre, you know. And in a universe where sentiment is governing the way people perceive things, that's a huge problem, bro. That's not good. That's not good for Xbox's optics, and it's not good for people's belief in the Xbox platform all up. So that's kind of where I personally think it's coming from, at least to some degree. But at the same time, Xbox is arguably better than it's ever been. You know, there's been like a decade of people saying that Xbox has no games. Xbox has more games than ever. It's got better support than ever from third-party developers. We've got Square Enix on board. We've got Atlas on board. We've got Yakuza. We've got all these games that, like, these franchises which never came to Xbox previously. You know, we've got Xbox Play Anywhere. We've got Xbox Cloud. All these investments, like Xbox backwards compatibility, is still the best backwards compatibility program in the world. And like Xbox Game Pass Premium is still a great deal. Xbox PC Game Pass is still a great deal. Like if you use all of the features, even Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is a good deal if you use all of the features. But the optics are just fucked because Microsoft as a company evidently does not care about user feedback. They've been fucking up Windows, they've been fucking up Surface, and they've been fucking up Xbox and ignoring user feedback. They've been ignoring the fans and all that kind of stuff. They're in the third place position, and they're the second biggest company in the world by market capitalization. So there is a kind of like, there's a kind of sense that Microsoft has to over deliver to some degree, but they're also like one of the most privileged companies in history. Microsoft has generated more millionaires than any other company in history over the course of its 40-year existence. They're a privileged company. Would it be such a fucking shock to ask for them to like provide some value for its customers? Is that like so much to ask? It kind of dovetails into a wider discussion about the cost of living crisis right now, inflation, the devaluation of the US dollar, all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff, and US tariffs and things like that. It kind of dovetails into like a wider philosophical discussion about the current state of the global economy. But Microsoft has hundreds of billions of dollars in annual profits, like over $100 billion in annual profits. They really need more fucking money? Do they really need more fucking money, Rand?
Yeah, of course.
I don't think they do.
Of course they do. They enter charity, bro. So they're gonna make as much bread as they possibly can.
But this is the thing. It's like sentiment is important. Sentiment is important. Like we've seen this with Call of Duty, like skill-based matchmaking. Like Treyarch and Infinity Ward have been telling us for years that they've got data that suggests skill-based matchmaking is better for engagement and that people actually prefer it from their spreadsheets. But all it took was Battlefield to rile them into listening to fan feedback. Because when line goes down, fan feedback suddenly matters, Rand.
Mm-hmm.
When line goes down, fan feedback suddenly matters. It's no longer a matter of like, oh, the spreadsheet says this. When line goes down, it's like, oh shit, maybe we should listen to the customers. And Call of Duty proved that this week. They fucking proved it by capitulating on skill-based matchmaking. So what would it take to make Xbox actually listen to the fans again? The only thing is line goes down. And, you know, will line goes down as a result of these changes? I don't know.
I feel here. This is me being 100 here. I think when Xbox had their kerfuffle in 2013, when everything looked dire, they had to kind of embrace the fans and embrace the community because the way back to where they wanted to be was going to be long and hard because essentially everybody turned against them. The press turned against them. The hardcore turned against them. A lot of the industry turned against them. And nobody wants to be aligned with the loser. A lot of those companies. But there are still hardcore fans that love the brand, that love what they did with the 360, that love the franchises, whether it was Halo or Fable, Gears, you know, Mass Effect or whatever. The fans that were made during that generation wanted to continue. So I think Xbox, which is kind of what we see when I always say, like, Phil and Sarah just need to not say anything. And I've been saying that for a while because they're constantly kind of doing interviews, talking to people, interacting, especially on social media in years past, not so much anymore, because they kind of needed that. They needed to embrace the fandom and try to do things from a positive aspect of doing what the fans want, because that's all they had left. But then I kind of feel like once they got what they wanted, or not got what they wanted, where it was like, we got Bethesda and we got ABK and we have COD and we have all this stuff now, and we got Blizzard and we got World of Warcraft. It almost sort of felt like, hey, thanks for sticking with us for as long as you did, but we don't need you anymore, in a way. It's kind of like you're friends with somebody for a long time, and then once they make it, they no longer are friends with you, you know?
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's the gist of my editorial.
And then what happened with
Xbox fans have been abandoned.
And then what happened with the the multi-platform discussion? Like they kind of went away from talking on social media, but you could clearly tell like they talk more and they interact more with the community than PlayStation or Nintendo ever did. And I think that was like, I don't know if that was a plan or if that was something they decided to do, but maybe that had to do with Xbox being like a side project within Microsoft. But now, they brought it under, and it was like a corner piece of everything Microsoft was doing, and now it's just like anything else at corporate Microsoft, where you need to make this amount of money, you need to bring us this much profit, it's all corporate, so it all kind of like loses its luster or what the soul used to be years ago. But even beyond that, because this is a wide tangent you've brought us to here, and you're complaining that the shows are too long, and it's the answer that the question that was posed has nothing to do with what we're even talking about at this point. So this one's your fault. Because
what? My fault?
Yeah, because I don't even know how we ended up in this specific position when we were talking about the Xbox hardware and whether or not they were going to do anything more. And me saying like, hey, I could see why people would believe that, considering the moves they've made with the current hardware and why stores are dropping it because it's priced too high. And it doesn't really seem, it really seems to me right now that Microsoft does not care about selling the Xbox Series hardware. So it's not that much it's not that much of a leap of logic to then assume that, well, maybe they just don't care about hardware in general. So maybe they wouldn't do a next-gen system. And it's like, well, they're already on PlayStation and other places. Like, do they need the hardware? Especially if that hardware is going to be pricey, which we assume it is, because current market conditions and stuff, you have Series X being $650. What does a next-gen Xbox look like? This hybrid PC thing that supposedly might be really powerful. We're looking at an $800, $900 device, and how many people are interested in that? And people already talk about the Series X and S Gen being a failure, only selling somewhere in the 30 millions, whether it's the low 30s or the high 30s, anybody's guess, which is already a decline from the Xbox One, which is already a decline from the Xbox 360. So people are like, well, does Microsoft have the appetite? If Satya and Amy Hood are putting margin requirements on the business to be like, you need to make this much profit, and we know hardware isn't really it doesn't really make a lot of money by itself. So you look at it like, well, they're only going to sell less moving forward. Does it even make sense for them to do it? So when people see this stuff and they think about it, like, yeah, I could totally see there not being another console, even though Microsoft has said there will be. But then there have been situations and comments from Phil and Sarah where they say something and the opposite ends up being true a few months later. Most recently with Phil about Everwild, which he said he played, was, shaping up well on the Xbox Air podcast, and then 4 months later it's canceled. So people know these things, and they're just like, yeah, we just don't believe it. It doesn't seem like it. And I think they're going to do a console, but I'm not like 100% convinced they're going to do a console. I'm like 90, 10, 80, 20 that they're going to still do a console, even though I've talked to people close to this situation, that tell me them not doing hardware is complete bullshit, which I'm sure you have too. I'm sure you've talked to people at Xbox that basically said all the rumors are bullshit, right? So
100%. But it's like what Amy Hood could fucking phone up Phil tomorrow and be like, "We need
well,
more
yeah,
fucking
that's the thing.
margin."
When you told me that the Xbox when we were doing the podcast where the Xbox handheld was sidelined, I was like, yeah, of course. It's like it's a thing until it's not. And in the back of my mind, it's the same thing with the Xbox hardware. It's like it's a thing until it's not. I think the one thing that there were the deals already signed with AMD. I don't know what it would cost to break that contract. There's probably a penalty or something, or even were they allowed to. But I will. So this is what I wanted to mention because I sort of feel that the Game Pass price increase and the idea of them getting on a hardware, they're opposed to one another. And what I mean by that is, and me and Jez already kind of agree that they increased the price of Game Pass Ultimate because they need more revenue, they need more money, they need more profit. And the way Ultimate's structured is it seems like that's a way for them to get as much money out of the Xbox console hardcore people or the hardcore console people. Like, we're going to extract as much money as we can from these diehards, these whales, as we possibly can. Because they're just, and it's just console people, right? Because the PC, if you're just on PC, even though PC Game Pass went up 40% in price, it's still $16, which is, essentially
no brainer.
Yeah, which is half the price of this is all about the console users. Because the console's stagnant, it's not growing, and potentially it's not even going to grow next generation. But hey, we still have a dedicated segment, a dedicated audience here that loves what we're doing, loves the games we're making, loves Game Pass, so we can extract as much as we can from them. But then when you think about the console for next generation, or the hybrid or whatever it would be, if you're trying to just take as much as you can from the top end that are console guys, that are hardcore, you need to provide them and continue to provide them with a console to do that with. Otherwise, I think it all sort of falls apart. So them raising the price to take all that revenue, it's contradictory to them also trying to get on a hardware soon. Because once that becomes known, like hypothetically, if I sitting here today, and let's just say they made that decision. Let's say they're in a meeting right now discussing the fate of future Xbox hardware. You got Phil, you got Sarah, you got Satya, you got Amy Hood, you got Tim Stewart, you got everybody important making the decision at the thing, and they're in a meeting, and they all come to the conclusion, we're not doing hardware anymore. We're out.
No.
Okay. How long would it take for that to them make the announcement? Or how long would it take for somebody to figure it out? Because Microsoft is a leaky ship.
Sure is.
I mean, it really, really is. And them getting out of hardware is a big thing. It involves a lot of, companies working with them, like AMD. That information would not be able to be kept secret for very long. That information would get out really quickly. Like whether it's a Jason Schreier writing an article or hearing about it, or a Tom Warren or a Jez Corden or somebody somewhere would start hearing rumors about like they're out, and then they'd go find more sources. That stuff would not be able to be kept under wraps for a long time. Now, I guess you could say, well, there are people saying that. And there's true. There are definitely people out there saying
credible.
Well,
nobody credible.
I don't know. That's my buddy Tim Dog you're saying there. I love my Tim Dog. Tim knows some stuff. Tim knows stuff, bro.
I love Tim Dog as a person, but bro, he doesn't know what's going on with Xbox. I really think there's someone feeding Tim Dog lies. I texted him. I was like, bro, someone's using you to spread FUD, man. Because no, as of right now, the plan is for there to be another Xbox system. as of right now.
So I guess
And I know that as high up as the chain as you can go.
right. So, but how confident do you feel that it'll end up that way? Because we've
Well,
always thought.
that's the fucking that's the catch-22, isn't it? Because Amy Hood could come out like tomorrow and be like, actually, we want more margins. So kill hardware, lay off those hundreds of people who are in the Xbox hardware design lab, because that's a whole thing. Like Xbox has a huge hardware team, and Amy could just be like, you know what, lay off all these people, these hundreds of people, and let's just prioritize making games for PlayStation and PC because that will make our next quarterly financial report look good. Because that's how big publicly traded companies that are dominated by shareholders, that's how they think. That's how they think, you know. And it sucks that they think this way. But at least as of right this second, on the 10th of October 2025, there is still plans for Xbox hardware. And not only that, I've heard there are plans for multiple Xbox hardware. I've heard that there could be not only an Xbox Series X successor, I've heard that there could be an Xbox Series S successor, and that could also be a handheld still being planned. You know, there's a multiple prototypes going on at Microsoft right now. And the Xbox Ally range, the Xbox Ally S and the Xbox Ally X, I call it the S. It's not called the S, but I call it the S. The Xbox Ally S and the Xbox Ally X, they're kind of like being used almost as like prototypes for the way the next gen Xboxes will look like in their sort of like console hybridized kind of format. But that's the thing, you can't trust that they'll actually deliver any of this because, like Lena Khan says, they're too big to fail. Too big to fucking fail.
Okay. So yeah, we got a super chat here from Nitrim, who says, Jez, you previously mentioned the Xbox hybrid PCs might face licensing issues. How does the new AMD chip address solve this?
Sorry, say that again.
He says, Jez, you previously mentioned that the Xbox hybrid PCs might face licensing issues. How does the new AMD chip address solve this?
Licensing issues?
Yeah, like licensing issues. You have said that before. Yeah.
I think, like, with regards to licensing issues, I think we were talking about how Microsoft they have contractual versions of the different games, right? So they've got like the export. They've got when it comes to like EA and Ubisoft, they've got like we have a contractual. We can contractually sell an Xbox console version of this code base, right? I think it's all about the code base ultimately. So like, if you look on the Microsoft Store, um, there's two code bases for like Assassin's Creed. One's a PC version and one's the Xbox version, console version. And they don't have a license to necessarily sell both versions at the same time, you know. So I think like the hybridized chip kind of gets around that, you know. But it also throws up a lot of potential complications. I don't No company's really attempted this before. This whole idea of like a PC version which is designed for Win32 executable, and then like an ERA version which is designed for console executable, right? So it's kind of like a gray zone. Nobody's really attempted anything like this before. So I suppose like there are a lot of unknowns there. A lot of unknowns. Um, but I think we're all going to find out a lot of stuff together when all this comes to fruition. If indeed it comes, if indeed it does come to fruition, like Rand says, maybe Amy Hood fancies a new yacht that quarter and cancels the whole fucking thing.
All right. Let's see here. We have Louis Theron Telemon, who just joined the channel as a member. Thank you, and enjoy all the wonderful emotes. You know, we still have the that poll, Jez, for what was it? Should the remake have sprint? Halo 1. 77% of people say yes, and no's at 23% with 400 votes. So the vast majority of people want sprint in Halo CE. So there you go.
But there's still a decent
Still
thrust of
20%.
people who don't want it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, like 23% here out of 400, and I'm sure there are going to be plenty of people that, you know, hardcore fans that don't want it, but I think you're going to get it. So you better come to terms with it sooner or later. I don't know what else to say about that. It's just kind of the way it's gonna be. So, but yeah, as far as Xbox hardware, I'm like 90-10. I don't think it's been canceled yet. In fact, I'm like 100% sure it hasn't been canceled yet. I do think they will release it. I think they'll release it in 2027. But, you know, there is a slight chance. I'll give a percentage chance that in the future, before then, that who knows? Because we've seen it happen before. But I do think they need it because I think if you're for that audience, that's just a big audience just to drop right away. And I don't think cloud gaming's there yet, where you could say, hey, well, let's just move all these people over to cloud gaming. I don't think it's good enough yet. I still think it needs a few more years to get there, if it ever really truly gets there. Because, I mean, if you're squeezing the console users for as much as they can, you got to provide them with the console. And if you don't, those people are going to just leave, and you've lost that whole market that spends money on your console. I mean, I guess you could say, well, we're going to push them to PC because the on-ramp to PC is pretty easy from Xbox to PC. And I guess that's the case, true. He's like, yeah, you can move them all to PC and they can subscribe to PC Game Pass. You know, that would be something for me, because if they don't offer me a console, well, clearly I got to move on to something else. And it would more than likely be PC. But even if I did go to PC, I wouldn't be playing on the Xbox app. I would start just buying games and playing them through Steam. Because, and I'll say this, if Microsoft comes out and they go back on hardware, after Sarah made that announcement with AMD 3 months ago, after PR came out and said in your article that, you know, they're investing, if they come out and then say in 6 months, say, actually, we're not doing hardware anymore, then how could you ever believe anything that the company's ever going to do again? Like, anything they say can just be walked back at a moment's notice. So at that point, why would I have faith that Microsoft would keep any of this stuff up and running at any point? Like, that would be like the final nail in the coffin for Xbox, because you wouldn't be able to believe anything they'd ever say ever again. They could say, we're doing this, and then it was like, but there's so many examples of you not. So like, that is, I don't think it's going to come to that. I hope it doesn't come to that. I mean, I guess maybe there's now a slight chance it does. But if they did, I think that's really just like the absolute end at that point. But anyways, I just wanted to make that clear. At least that's just for me. If they walk back that announcement, that's it. Like I could never believe anything they'd ever say ever again.
Well, dude, if you're a Windows Phone fan, you're already at that point.
But I didn't care about I didn't care about Windows Phone. Like if the iPhone went away tomorrow, whatever, I don't care. I'll just get an Android. If I had an Android and they went away, I just get something else. It doesn't matter. I don't care about those products like I do care about, you know, Xbox and this other stuff. So Windows Phone going away, I had a Windows Phone. I didn't care when it ended. I was like, all right.
No. That's my point though. It's like Microsoft's too big to fail. It's too diversified. It's like,
yeah, well, what if AI blows up in their face then?
Sony isn't. Sony isn't diversified.
Was it
Sony needs PlayStation. Microsoft doesn't need
sure,
Xbox.
sure, and we've said that before, absolutely. But what happens if AI blows up in Microsoft's face? What then?
Oh God!
Or what happened if it
I would
doesn't?
laugh.
What happened if it doesn't blow? What happens if it doesn't blow up, but they aren't the leader in anymore, and they lose out on it like they lost on mobile phones and the iPhone? Hmm. What happens then?
Suicide, bro.
I don't know.
Suicide, bro.
But anyways, I think it's time for us to hit the wonderful
Already?
questions. Yeah, there's not. I mean, there's not much that really happened this week, and neither of us has played Battlefield yet, so there's not. We can't talk about the actual game there. I haven't played Little Nightmares 3. I mean, I guess there's the Ubisoft canceled the Assassin's Creed game. The rumored, I guess not rumored, but this came from Stephen Totillo, where they canceled a post-Civil War Assassin's Creed game due to like politics and stuff like that, and people's reactions to Yasuke. It sounded like a cool game, definitely in a setting I would be interested in, but that game, at least according to Tom Henderson, was supposed to be the October 2027 game, so we'll see what the next big Assassin's Creed game is, but it sounded cool, but they're not doing it anymore. You know, you didn't talk. We you didn't talk about it because you weren't here last week. But EA's private, and they're saddled with $20 billion in debt. You know, so there's that. But yeah, I mean, that's really it. It was all about the price increase and the hardware situation that is going on here. So we've addressed that, and we're gonna move on to some of these questions. So if you want to drop a question, you can do so at patreon.com/XB2. Thank you to our sponsor for sponsoring this episode, Surfshark VPN with 86% off 2-year deal. Links in the description, pinned to the comments. Helps out the show. You need something you might need in the future. I'm definitely probably going to get one of those soon.
Did you see? On that point, Rand? Did you see that like the Xbox Well, I suppose you didn't. But the Xbox Insider program right now for the UK, for UK citizens, now has like a UK age verification system.
For what?
In the Xbox Insider program, if
Oh,
you're
yeah,
right now,
yeah.
you have to there's like a whole new system for age verification. So like you don't play games that are not age appropriate. It's fucking bullshit. But I've actually got an article coming about that this weekend, so keep an eye out for that one. I've actually got a comment from Microsoft about the age verification system, so keep an eye out for that.
Silas says, "Happy 3-day weekend for us Yankees, at least. Let's give all this Xbox doom and gloom a break and talk about something happier. And give Rand a bathroom break, Jez. What are your thoughts on British politics these days?" Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit. You did not just ask about British fucking politics.
Do we need to talk about British politics on a gaming podcast? I don't think we do.
Well, briefly.
We don't even talk about American politics on the show, so why would we talk about British politics?
There are 2 sentences you need to know about British politics. It's fucked. British politics is fucked. All the fucking potential prime ministers and the existing prime ministers are cunts, and fuck them all. That's all you need to know.
Okay, moving on. Darian says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, one thing that occurred to me this week, but I haven't seen reported on, is that the tariffs aren't affecting Xbox and Sony equally. They have roughly similar components, but Microsoft is manufacturing in smaller runs, so the cost per unit goes up. Tariffs are based on manufacturing costs, so that ends up impacting Xbox worse than PlayStation. What I could see them doing is placing a larger order to coincide with GTA 6 next year, because that would help keep the manufacturing costs down, and thus would reduce the tariffs and the overall total cost." Well, PlayStation also released, a PS5 Pro and a regular PS5 with the smaller hard drive space. So that probably also lowered the cost to them, so they don't...
Yeah, so like PlayStation, instead of raising prices, they went with shrinkflation, which potentially was the smarter option, because I feel like people aren't as angry that PlayStation approached pricing issues with shrinkflation than price increases. Do you agree with me? Agree with me on that, Rand?
Yeah, I think so. Is that all you got to say?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, also like PlayStation sells more, so they have a lot more inventory. I know they stockpiled a lot of inventory here in the States to avoid the tariffs. I think they also manufacture in places that have like a less tariff impact
Like
than Xbox does. So
one of the whole things that like is often, I would say, underreported in the media and also content creators is how PlayStation really dominated the Southeast Asia market and also European Union by way of its sales distribution, which is why I also think that Microsoft's exploring OEMs as a vector for marketing the Xbox ecosystem, because Microsoft has a pathetic sales force in European Union and Southeast Asia. And conversely, PlayStation's marketing sales force, which is like the sorry, there's a fucking motorbike. Can you hear that?
nope.
Or is it no, there's a really loud motorbike right now. But there's PlayStation had like a really powerful sales force in Europe, which is, I believe, is what got Herman Hulst promoted in the first place. Was that he was like instrumental in setting up that sales force, and the sales force is like the the relationship with retailers. So like we often hear like these rumors of like retailers and people within retailers recommending to, Timmy and his grandma that they buy a PlayStation. And part of that is like this whole Salesforce thing. Whereas like Xbox relied on its business to business Salesforce for doing that. And thus, you know, the first point of contact for console hardware was very weak on the Xbox side compared to the PlayStation side, and Herman Hulst was instrumental in creating that ecosystem. Whereas like Xbox was very lackadaisical, or Microsoft rather was very lackadaisical with their approach to it. Um, so I've forgotten the original question, Round, but that's kind of like one of the reasons why Xbox is in the situation it's in is that they just don't have a very powerful sales distribution force with regards to hardware. Which is why I think they're going to try and lean on companies like Asus, and probably other OEMs, because they do have a sales force. They do have representation in those retail markets, and they will be like, um, they will advocate for the hardware in a way that Microsoft, for whatever reason, feels like they can't do it. You know,
All
I
right.
always hear from people, Rand, where like specifically people in Europe, where they're like, oh shit, this European retailer, which is specific to this country, no longer stocks Xbox hardware. That's an issue, because for a lot of people, having that first point of contact with regards to hardware is the person they ask in the retail shop. And if there's no presence there, GG, you're not going to be able to sell your hardware. And Microsoft's completely neglected that entire segment for whatever reason.
Yeah, we got
A
Liam.
special Nick in the chat.
Oh, Mr. Nick. How you doing? Liam says, "Hey guys, hope you're both doing well. Been listening for a few years as a lurker, now first time question asker, and I'm sorry for the long loaded question. Well, we appreciate it anyways. Now more than ever, Microsoft and Xbox needs to get the messaging correct, which let's face it, they haven't at all, but also prove themselves in what they are saying. You guys have said multiple times about how can anyone believe what Phil says when he comes out and makes comments. I mean, a lot of his comments he's made previously have turned out to be the opposite, which it is what it is. I believe the best way is to just prove that they are going to deliver by delivering it. I don't know how, though, and I'll leave that to those qualified for that. My question, though, is with next gen hardware slated for 2 years' time, do they have the time to prove it? And how do they prove it over those 2 years? Sure, the potential of the games are there for next year with the 25th anniversary, but that's not the future of hardware or existing library. Well, so how do they prove it? I mean, I guess you prove it by saying you're going to do it and announcing it and then actually releasing it. That's really it. And that's something, I mean, because their partner with AMD is going to be making the chips, so Microsoft backing out or canceling hardware would also have a cascading effect on that stuff. It'd also have a cascading effect in the industry if they were just to be like, we're done. Sony might be looking at like, oh,
But like, it's so funny that people advocate for Xbox's death, not knowing like the cascading effects that would have on competition. The only reason Battlefield's doing so well right now is because of competition for Call of Duty. And Call of Duty will also like they will try harder. Skill-based matchmaking and all that kind of stuff, and like the skins and the discourse around skins. The only reason they're listening to fans right now is because of competition from Battlefield. Competition is so fucking important, you know?
yeah. So it's just a matter of doing what you're saying you're going to do. Because if you say one thing and then the opposite happens and you do it repeatedly, people lose faith in you as a person if you're just proven to be a liar, or as the company, which is why I said if they walk back the hardware announcement after basically doubling down on it and only announcing it like 3 months ago, then it's like, well, then you can never believe anything they ever say again, because they're just proving at that point, then they're not someone to be trusted. So I guess, you get to next year, and I've always kind of thought next year during the showcase is probably when you say, hey, this is the next hardware, what project, whatever it would be. Like we've had Project Scorpio, we've had Project Scarlet, we've had Lockhart and Anaconda, right, as the two code names for the two, consoles. So next year it's like, hey, we're doing this new console, it's coming in 2027, and you stick with it and you don't do it. Because yeah, for a lot of people, and sure, there are definitely troublemakers online, or people that there are definitely people out there who do not play on Xbox, who don't use the ecosystem, but want to tell you how you should use it or shouldn't use it. That's just something. It really does feel like everybody has to have an opinion on social media, and even if you don't even use something very much, and so I've seen it consistently. It's like there's a hard on that some journalists and some people have that want to talk with a position authority about the Xbox and what they're doing in the Xbox ecosystem, who do not play anything here and don't know what's going on. And it's pretty obvious sometimes. But that's also to say that Microsoft,
very obvious all the time.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious most of the time.
See, this is like,
so
I think everyone here knows that like there's a degree of bias when it comes to like people who actually use the Xbox ecosystem. I want Xbox to succeed because I'm an Xbox customer. But at the same time, if you're a journalist or a YouTuber who doesn't use the Xbox ecosystem and they don't know fuck all about the Xbox ecosystem, why would you listen to them? Like, I want Xbox to be better because I use the Xbox fucking ecosystem. When a lot of these journalists, these game journalists, YouTubers, whatever, they do not use the Xbox ecosystem. They've got no intention of using the Xbox ecosystem. Maybe they even feel like the Xbox ecosystem is a detriment to their gaming experience because, like, maybe games like Stalker or Palworld have skipped their ecosystem because of the fact that Xbox exists. It's fucking so annoying, man.
yeah.
But what are you gonna do? I wholly admit I do not own a PlayStation. You know exactly where I'm coming from when I talk about Xbox. I want Xbox to succeed because I personally am as an Xbox customer. But a lot of these game journalists, they've never fucking used an Xbox. A lot of these YouTubers, they've never used an Xbox. They grift and they benefit from the hate train that is the Xbox negativity, the whole ecosystem around Xbox negativity. They benefit from that. So I'm here to try and like advocate for the Xbox customer, whether it's like you guys, myself, or Rand, or anyone else who uses the Xbox ecosystem. Like everyone on my friends list, obviously, Xbox user, Rand, my buddy.
Mm-hmm.
What would a lot of these YouTubers do if Xbox didn't exist? What would their podcasts be about? What would their YouTube videos be about? They'd be fucked
I
because there'd be
mean,
nothing to talk about.
I mean, some of them would be fine. Others wouldn't be. They'd have to talk about something else. But it is. That's just how it currently is. Mr. Uls, I don't know how to say this. Ullys. He says, or she, he says, you've done a great job outlining what's wrong with the Game Pass changes, but what would you have done? What should Microsoft do now? The strategy of raise prices but add shiny new things could work. They just executed poorly. Here's how I'd appease Satya and fans. Remove the forced bundles like Fortnite Crew, Ubisoft, EA Play, and let people choose what they want. Add instead, 1. Valuable perks for major games with their franchises and Riot, Epic, EA partnerships. They can offer many buzzworthy perks that attract said and retain players. Free monthly games. Epic, Amazon, even PlayStation giveaway games. It builds goodwill and libraries that keep users invested long term and counters the own nothing narrative. Discounted add-on subscriptions you can purchase with rewards. EA Pro and Ubisoft Premium that have day one games. Fortnite Crew, World of Warcraft, ESO Plus, GTA Plus, Battle Passes, streaming services. So many possibilities. Like, why not the Xbox 2 Patreon? Microsoft doesn't take their cut. Subscribers get the discount. Partners get new customers. Users consolidate subscriptions in one place. Rewards valuable enough to generate buzz. This shifts the narrative. Instead of, I'm paying for something I'll never use, it's, I can get Fortnite Crew for free with rewards. You also get headlines like play Call of Duty and Battlefield with Game Pass. Why it works. Hyper rewards, flexible consumer-friendly options, better PR, higher profits, and build towards the platform Satya wants. Competing with Apple, Google, Amazon, more than PlayStation. What would your realistic strategy have been? What's keeping Microsoft from making these changes? Well, I mean, this is a good list, and it definitely seems like you have some, maybe you work in this field or work in something like this. I would just looking at it, clearly the free monthly game things, they did away with that, and I think it was partially because Game Pass exists. Like, they were getting decent games when it was just games with gold, but once they introduced Game Pass, games with gold didn't really make any sense anymore because you're essentially giving these people all these games. So whatever money was in the fund to buy that stuff they were just buying crappy games. So, and I know you can make the argument, well, PlayStation can still do it by offering some awesome games on the lower tier, but then still offering, all these things here. But Xbox's thing has always been day one games, which probably cost a lot more than just putting an older game on your subscription service. So I would argue that it hasn't helped Epic or Amazon giving away free games at all whatsoever. You don't hear anybody talking about that they play on the Epic launcher or Amazon. People just click it to own it, and that's it. So
that's actually it's a huge topic with the Patreon interview with New Blood Interactive. They actually talk about Dave, who's the CEO of New Blood Interactive. He talks extensively about how Epic Games failed trying to give away free games.
Yeah. So I mean, while I get the idea that you say of like, hey, it builds goodwill and it keeps invested long term, but the thing is, nobody's using the Epic or the Amazon store or Amazon Luna, so I would say it hasn't worked for them, and Microsoft moved away from it. The reward stuff, clearly Microsoft was shoring up their ends. They don't want to lose too much money on rewards, so putting some of the other stuff in there, considering Microsoft doesn't want to lose as much, I don't think that would work. I think if the price increase was smaller, and people probably would have grumbled for sure. But let's say it was like $23. Say it was $23 instead of $30, but they didn't really even give anything new. Let's just say there was no Fortnite, no Ubisoft thing. People would have grumbled. They'd be like, "God damn it, it's going up." But then everything goes up. people would have probably gotten over it pretty quick, especially with Ninja Gaiden 4 and Outer Worlds 2 coming, and then whatever lineup they have next year. The thing is, nobody was expecting the $10 increase, and for a lot of people that don't have any use for old ass Ubisoft games and don't play Fortnite, so it seems like the things they added to increase the cost weren't beneficial to people. I think people would have rather have been like, hey, I'll pay 23 and you know, not get anything extra, because that's just what it is. It's like you see it happening with Apple TV and Netflix constantly raising prices, and it's like, well, as long as the games are good that I'm getting from them, then I'm fine. The problem is, like, well, yeah, you could. The Fortnite stuff is clearly a factor in that, because that costs a ton of money. Epic's not giving that away for free, and the Ubisoft Plus stuff is probably a bit about of money. And I think Microsoft was like, well, we need to charge more, so we need to kind of make it.
Do you want to leak?
I mean, can you leak it? Go ahead.
I've heard that Microsoft is exploring ESO Plus, World of Warcraft subscription, Fallout 76 subscription, and Minecraft Realms as part of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, that would have softened the blow if they added all that stuff too, I guess. But
the reason it hasn't arrived already is just because of purely systemic issues, like stuff like the APIs need. There's like software work to be done in order to deliver that. But like, imagine if they had World of Warcraft. Like, there's one of the issues for me is like, bro, you want me to pay $30 a month for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, and then $15 a month for World of Warcraft? Like, you're asking me for $45 a month, and I said this on Tuesday on Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. I'm also paying for Microsoft 365 and also Microsoft 365 for Business for Xbox 2 podcasts, so we can have XB2.com branded emails. That's like $200 a month subscribing to Microsoft. You know, what if like Xbox Game Pass Ultimate incorporate? It is
$200. How much is?
It's like $160, $70 a month or something like that. But it's like, what if like World of Warcraft was part of that subscription? That'd be acceptable, tolerable, you know.
Well, that's
at
why
least I'd be
some
saving a few dollars.
People who play Fortnite and have Game Pass Ultimate are like, yeah, this is really good because, like, I'm saving money. So I get what you're saying. I'm not sure what they really could have done, because anything they add would increase price. It would have to be something that most people would like. I guess maybe just having like the promise of more games would work, but maybe not like, hey, we want more games, but you could have used that and say, hey, we're giving 50% more games and it's $23 a month. People would have been like, okay, that's fine. Maybe they should have been like, here's some of the games that we're planning on getting next year, you know, which if they had like a big game, like imagine if it's not
Rand,
yes.
That's what the November partner preview is for.
I mean, okay, we'll see.
The November partner preview, the Game Awards, and also the January Developer Direct. That's what that's for, is to showcase what the 75 plus day one releases are supposed to be for. But I agree with you. Like the whole sort of like the announcement of the $50 price increase, it doesn't make sense in context, because they didn't really give us. They didn't really explain what the value was there, you know, because like you say, Fortnite Crew, old Ubisoft games, who the fuck cares? Which is why I think like this is all an Amy Hood thing. It was just like, we need something to point to for the quarterly income of this is line goes up, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe by this time next year, people will still say like there was so much good stuff in Game Pass Ultimate that it was worth it. I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Guess who says, afternoon, gents. Hope you guys are doing good. Appreciate the work you guys put in each week, week to week. And from what you guys are hearing, I know you aren't insiders, but y'all do catch wind of things. Is your optimism from Xbox's future still high despite the constant rake stepping? I'm excited for the games, but it's kind of discouraging after what they have done to Game Pass. Have a good weekend. Yeah, I mean, the games has always been the most important thing to me, and this year was pretty great. Next year looks pretty good, so that stuff is like still super high. Hearing about Xbox being more corporate and whatever, that is discouraging because we can see how corporations can ruin a good thing. And so like the future of the Xbox like brand console stuff is probably like, I think when the next console comes out, I think that's the last Xbox Microsoft makes themselves, which should be, an end of an era, but nothing lasts forever. So game-wise, I think it's going to be great. I just think like some of the decisions, the corporate stuff is not going to be really good. I'm expecting like more layoffs. Wouldn't be surprised if there was studio closures. That aspect where, hey, now you're a big part of Microsoft, and now it's like, well, you're not the redhead stepchild anymore where we just put up with, and you're not really costing that much. So now you need to pull your weight. But for game wise, yeah, it's gonna be better than it's ever been, really, for the foreseeable. But the corporate stuff is just gonna be, I don't think it's gonna get any better. In fact, the corporate stuff probably only get worse. Google Lens says, I'm excited for Keeper, the first Double Fine game in a while. I'm a bit worried about that this Game Pass price increase is going to have a negative impact on Keeper. We know how the Twitter bubble is, and it's the first game from Xbox since the change. As of now, we still don't have a price for Keeper. Actually, we do. I believe it's $29.99, even though it is a week away. I'm going to buy it no matter what because I want to support Double Fine. For my question is, how do you guys think Double Fine will be through all this, now and many years from now? Apart from the Psychonauts games and Brutal Legend, Double Fine have made more smaller indie-sized games, and of course, the right Double Fine amount of weird. That seems to be the case with Keeper. I hope that gamers, and more importantly, Microsoft, keep their expectations in check when it comes to Double Fine games. They are not really known for selling a ton of copies. Psychonauts 2 sold more than 1.7 million, but that is just the internet's best guess, and that is their most sold game. So I hope Microsoft has good expectations of Double Fine with all the past data they have. With the way Double Fine having multiple projects at once, and if most of them are on the smaller side of the Keeper, then you guys think we could have a scenario to where it's like 2 years, then game, 2 years, then another game from Double Fine? Then there can be more games out and still give each game like 4 years if they're making multiple games at once, which seems rare for such a small team like Double Fine to do. But with Xbox's wish to not show things off unless they can give a date or say it's next year, which I think is the right move, we will not know what Double Fine is making until it is near. Keeper was first shown in the June showcase and given a date with its reveal. In the Psychonauts 2 documentary, they were talking about future projects, and they had a central shot on a monitor that was completely blurred out, which is probably Xbox's doing. I think Double Fine is good for Xbox to still have that weird and creative part of gaming while being such a small team. 65-inch people based on best guesses is not that expensive to run. Sorry for the ramble. Hey, I get it, man. You're passionate about Double Fine and the games they make. And I get it. There's some concern with how Microsoft is now after the ABK stuff, where it seems like maybe they're only interested in big IPs, and Double Fine is never going to be that. So what is Double Fine's future within Xbox if all Xbox is concerned about is Call of Duty and World of Warcraft and all those sort of things? But
Rand, I thought you don't like World of Warcraft.
I'm just saying, I personally don't, but I recognize it's a big IP.
Well, I'll say this. Like, I don't know for sure if the next Double Fine game is going to be amazing or anything, but there's a lot of excitement internally about Double Fine's next game, which is called Kiln. I don't know I don't know how many people know about this, but Kiln is like a multiplayer game
Everybody knows about this, Jez.
Okay, well, do you know gameplay details about it?
That's what everybody was expecting the game to be, not Keeper.
Yeah, but do you know gameplay details about Kiln? Because I've got
Uh,
the gameplay details about Kiln.
no, I don't know anything about the gameplay details of Kiln.
So Kiln is a multiplayer game where you kind of like, from what I understand, and I could be wrong about this because it's I haven't seen gameplay footage of it, but you sort of like you mold clay to make your combatant, and then you send this sort of like, because a kiln is like where you make pottery, right? You forge clay and then create like pots and things like that. It sort of like revolves around that, where you can create your combatant, and then you sort of like, it's like a multiplayer combatant combat kind of thing. Um, Xbox is like, internally, from what I've heard about Kiln, is like, um, they're really bullish on it. It's like people are enjoying it internally and stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard a lot of positivity about Kiln. I don't know, like, I don't know if it like blow up or anything like some of these like viral indie games like Megabonk, for example. Don't know if you heard about that, Rand. Megabonk.
I mean, I've heard the name,
Um,
but I don't know what it is.
yeah, it's like one of these sort of viral Steam games which just sort of absolutely blows up, right? Um, I don't know if it'll do that, but there's a they're bullish on it, man. They think it's going to be pretty popular, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think Double Fine will be fine as long as they can prove their worth, I guess, and don't have to take long in between projects, and the cost of the games themselves aren't high. I know people are like, "Where's the keeper marketing?" But I could have told you back when they revealed the game that that game wasn't going to have any marketing. That game is going to be strictly just word of mouth on Game Pass. Hopefully has good reviews so people talk about it. They were never going to put any marketing muscle into something like Keeper, you know. So I I do think I don't really think. I think a lot of these smaller companies still have a place within Xbox. At least I would like to think so. Um, but we'll see.
This is like one of the virtues of Game Pass, is that they really see it as like, this is a way to preserve the old way of making games, the art of making games. This is a way for like companies like Double Fine to find their audience. This is where they find their funding in a world that is dominated by Roblox, Fortnite, and whatever. Like, so kind of put out that data that people only buy 2 games a year, you know. But the cohort of people that do play games on Game Pass and do pay £30 a month, they fund these kind of games. I think it was a Brad Wardell from what are they called now? Stardock, who makes games like Ashes of what are they called now? Sins of a Solar Empire and things like that. They said things like people underestimate the audience of people who buy games and never play them. People who buy games in a Steam sale and never play them, like people like me. I own like 1,000 Steam games, and a lot of those Steam games I've never even played. You know, Game Pass monetizes that cohort of users, that user behavior, that feel like, hey, maybe I will one day need Game Pass for something. I'm not saying that's like a sustainable kind of market, potentially, but it's also like, this is funding art, stuff like Keeper. And I saw Keeper at Gamescom. It is, make no mistake about Keeper. Keeper is an art project. It's a sort of adventure game. There's no real interactivity with the game. It's like a puzzle kind of, it's like a sort of puzzle game, an artistic kind of game. You play as like a walking lighthouse, for God's sake. You know, these games like would not exist without Game Pass, without the funding that Game Pass provides. For better or worse. You know, Hellblade 2, for example. You know, I know Rand loves Hellblade 2, but it is a walking simulator. I don't think these games, these kind of explorative, kind of innovative kind of games, I don't think they exist without some kind of funding cycle. You know, and maybe some of them, maybe they wouldn't exist without Game Pass. But at the same time, I think like some of them wouldn't find their audience without Game Pass, the audience that they ultimately deserve. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You know.
All right. Let's see here. We have Pat Rock. Let's be honest, Machine Games would be the best studio to take on Perfect Dark. They have action-packed immersive sim history going back to Chronicles of Riddick, so they can obviously do sci-fi along with those chops. Give Perfect Dark to Machine Games. Maybe not now, but maybe in 10 years. But maybe in 10 years. I could see it. But maybe Perfect Dark just goes away. It just never comes back. Even though they tried bringing it back and had a lot of mistakes. Took forever.
Dude, I genuinely don't think the problem is when they've got a sort of project that they cancel, it kind of casts a shadow over the project, right? I don't think we see Perfect Dark ever again.
Yeah,
personally,
at this point, I don't think so. I'd agree with you. I don't think we see it again. Let's see here. We have another question from good old Conway. Says, hello, Rand and Jez. Rand, lots of long questions this week. Mine is short, and another media question. Will you see Good Boy? Yeah, the horror movie told from the perspective of a dog. I might watch it when it comes to digital. I might watch it when it's like available to rent for $10, or if it comes to streaming. For sure, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go to the movies and watch it, and I'm not gonna pay $20 to rent it or something. But I could see myself one night being like, what do I want to watch? Yeah, how about Good Boy? So I definitely could see myself doing it. Chris M says, hey guys, busy week it seems. In light of the Circana article, I'm gonna guess you discussed already, stating roughly 60% of gamers only buy 1 to 2 games a year. Do we have to question the fiscal viability of all these huge games going forward? Releasing, say, 10 games in a span of a year that cost roughly $200 to $300 million to make, when so many people are only buying a couple games a year, makes it seem like there just isn't enough to go around anymore. And given the way things are going economically, it doesn't feel like it's going to get better soon. Add to that a game like GTA 6, and then I wonder how many people who buy that will even buy another game that year, changing the view of missing its release window to simply being impacted by the year it's released. Is it reasonable anymore to expect a bunch of huge high-budget games a year, or are those days fading into the past? Hope you both have a great weekend, and here's looking to more positive news in the future. I mean, it's certain. I think a lot of these companies always sort of feel like their large, expensive game will be the one of the games that succeeds rather than the ones that don't. Or like, hey, there's these other games coming in this time frame, but ours is going to be the one that succeeds, and theirs is not going to be the one that succeeds, right? But yeah, I mean, it does have to be concerning that for 60% only buy 1 to 2 games a year. I sort of wonder, that has to be not the case if you go back 10 years. I bet you that percentage isn't that number. And I think that has to do with the rise of subscription services where you don't have to buy any games if you don't want to. And I think the culprit most likely is free-to-play stuff, because the free-to-play games, you don't have to buy anything. You could just play your time with Fortnite and Call of Duty, Warzone, and all the other stuff, and you're set to go. So I would wonder what, like, if you went back to 2015, what was those numbers? What was the percentage of the people that bought 1 to 2 games a year? I would probably say it's a lot lower. But now everything's more expensive and less people are willing to buy something. So yeah, I mean, but games take also so long to make. So a lot of these decisions and the budgets for these games were probably made, 4 years ago now, Jez? 5 years ago when it was greenlit? Because that's how long something takes to be made now. So those budgets were put in place, and now it's kind of, all right, we need to get to the finish line. The money's already spent, type of thing.
Sorry, go on.
Well, so maybe you start seeing change in budgets with when projects finish and they start to think about their next thing. But because before you could react really quickly to the market, you could make something in 1 or 2 years, 3 years. But now it takes forever to do something. And by the time you come out with your product, the market's completely shifted, or people don't like something anymore. A hero shooters are out and this is in, or actually this is out and this is in. I don't know. What do you think, Jez?
Well, I think one of the issues with regards to the current state of the game industry is that the tools to make the games are democratized. So like you can download Unity for free, and then you can make a game. If you've got a concept and you've got the technological know-how, um, you can make a game. And there are plenty of examples of games that have self-published to Steam without any involvement from Valve whatsoever and have blown the fuck up because of how democratized and accessible these tools are in order to get your game out there and make it go viral. So if you have a game like that, like some recent examples like Among Us or Megabonk more recently, which is blowing up on Steam right now, or stuff like I can't remember the name of it, but there was that kind of horror, that co-op horror game that really blew up. Oh man, I can't remember it off the top of my head. But there's a lot of games that just go viral by, having a great idea and the access. Like, whereas back in the day, everything was really controlled. Like, it was difficult for an indie developer to penetrate that sort of ecosystem. They needed a dev kit. They needed they needed a publisher in order to access those contacts in order to publish a game on those platforms. So I think that's part of the reason why you've seen this sort of plurality, this I can't remember the exact figures off the top of my head, but someone said to me like recently that back in the day there'd be maybe like 50 games a year launch on Steam, and now there's like 5,000 games are launching on Steam per year. I don't know if those are the sort of what they were saying. It's like there are orders of magnitude more games launching on Steam or Xbox or PlayStation as a result of the democratized access to not only making games and programming games, but also publishing games on these platforms. So I don't think it's necessarily an issue with regards to like, you know, um, there are too many games, you know, because the market will decide which games are actually worth playing. The games that like the games that are genuinely innovative and are genuinely good, they will find their audience. They will find their virality via word of mouth or a streamer or something like that, and they will find their audience eventually, even if not like initially. Like I think Among Us was like out for like a year or something before someone actually sort of found it and was like, "Oh shit, this is actually a good thing." I think some YouTuber covered Among Us, and then it went super viral. If it's not Among Us, some other game like did that. There's plenty of examples of games that went viral. Um, I think it's okay that this is the way things are, but I think this is kind of like the struggle that PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo to some degree are kind of like struggling with right now. Is like, how do we grow the audience rather than fight for the users that we've already got? Because right now it's like, I don't know, 500 million core gamers, maybe generously. There's 500 million core gamers. How do we get that 500 million to like a billion or 2 billion or 3 billion? How do we convert those gamers, those casual gamers into core gamers? That's kind of like the issue right now, and exploring that more so than like, I think it's okay that there's more games than ever, because like even a game that, if the business model is correct, if the business model is right, a game that sells hundreds of thousands of copies rather than millions of copies can still have a viable business. I think that's okay. It's like the Xbox 2 podcast, Rand. We don't have millions of subscribers, but we have enough people here within the Xbox 2 universe that it's still worth doing, for us. And I think like a lot of indie devs find that as well. They don't need to sell millions of copies in order to have fun and potentially make a living from it. And I think that's okay. It's just that like a discourse is often dominated by the companies that sell millions of copies or millions of hardware units or whatever.
Okay,
I don't know.
we have it's quite small but smells like a big one. Hey, Rand, going to be in Chicago this weekend. Booked a room with the hot tub if you want to stop by. Oh, man. Hope you enjoy your hot tub and the city of Chicago. Glenn says, hey, folks, hope you've had a good show so far. I've been thinking about whether Xbox will reverse the Game Pass price hike and what it would take to get them to do so. Some have suggested that if you don't like the price hike, you should vote with your wallet and cancel your subscription. Will that vote send the desired message, though? If you cancel your subscription and purchase games instead, then you will likely end up spending more money than before, in which case it seems like you're voting for the price hike. And if you continue the same consumption habits as before, playing a bunch of the latest AA plus games, then you will end up spending more than before. Of course, this doesn't affect people who also game on PC or elsewhere. They can fully boycott Xbox as a protest, but still, there are quite a few console-centric gamers like me who don't have that option. Interested in your thoughts on the above. Kind regards, Glenn. Well, I mean, I think it's apparent at this point they're not going back on it.
I don't think so.
It's been, 9 days now? I mean, there was that little kerfuffle with the emails earlier this week about maybe the price hike's not taking place just yet in certain countries that have consumer protection laws. But I don't think they're walking back on this because, as we discussed, it's a revenue play. They need more. It's kind of like, hey, you need to hit these targets. We're going to do it. And as long as, there is the math that could suggest that even if 1 million people unsubscribed, they could still make more money because, the people there are now paying 50% more. And yeah, you should always vote with your wallet. If that's not something you want, then unsubscribe. Because that's really that's the only way the companies really know is oh shit, it's affecting our bottom line. We can't have line go down. Line must go up. So
line goes up.
We have to make some changes here. And I guess I will say we have seen a situation where Microsoft did try to double the price of Xbox Live Gold at one point, and everybody in the Xbox community as well as online bullied them into reversing course within the same day, I think it was. Or maybe it was within 24 hours. But that's a different Xbox and a different Microsoft than the current one. So that one, I mean, I don't think they're gonna reverse it. So maybe maybe they do want more people to buy games. Maybe that's one of the things that they're hoping people do. And maybe the thing is, I think you also have to take into effect. Maybe some people are okay paying a little bit more to own something than, because the price is more expensive, and you could say, well, you're still going to spend more, but then maybe the price difference is well, I was okay not owning something at $15 or $20 a month, but at $30 a month, that's just too much, and I'd rather own stuff and spend more to do it. And it's okay, I could see some people, coming around if that's their logic of being I'd rather just own stuff than, rent stuff, but we'll see. James Wiseau says, hey guys, not watching live this week as I'm saving your dual set tones to take me through my half marathon on Sunday. Heading up north to lovely Manchester to run around a bit.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, that's hope you do well. I hope you finish. Let me throw a question to you. With Game Pass price rises, Xbox first-party output has come under scrutiny. Yes, this year you could say their first-party releases justify an increased cost for day one games. Next year is looking like it too with Forza, Gears, Fable, Clockwork, potentially a new Halo. Given that a lot of people have been saying, and I think you both agree, that Game Pass prices would raise again next year, what does Xbox of 2027 look like from first party that could make it worth it? If anything is worth that much. In my head, the big games are all hitting in this 2-year period, which could leave 2027 a little high and dry. Too early for Elder Scrolls 6. Could Machine Games hit a 3-year cadence? Obsidian release another 350 games? What do you guys think? Oh, 2027, huh? I mean, I actually think Clockwork Revolution is 2027. Blade, I think, is 2027.
Clockwork Revolution?
I mean,
2027?
I think there's a strong possibility it's 2027, yeah.
Maybe.
You know, I
I
don't
know
know.
things. I know things.
No, you don't.
What?
Because if you knew things, I would know them too. So
I know, bro. I got better sources than you.
if you knew them, I knew them.
No,
See,
no.
Xbox is also holding stuff closer to the vest. Like, we didn't know anything about Ninja Gaiden 4 until this year. So there's definitely games that we probably don't know about that are scheduled for 2027 that haven't been announced yet. So sometimes it's just kind of being like, well, you know, somebody's working on something. Like, maybe the next Double Fine games at that point in time. You know, maybe that Elsewhere game from that new studio that Activision has. You know, there's rumors about prototype remasters. They could do remasters and all that sort of stuff. So I get what you're saying. It's like, okay, 2026 looks to have, as Jez would say, the four horsemen, or as Microsoft puts it, which means those games missed. But then, okay, well, what does 2027 have? And it's like, well, it could have this,
State of Decay, baby.
could have that, might have some other things, but
100%.
I'd have to look at all the different projects and kind of think of where they might come. But Blade and Clockwork Revolution, I mean, I think there's even rumors that Elder Scrolls 6 is 2027 potentially.
Here's what I guess. Here's what I guess for 2027: Elder Scrolls 6, State of Decay, Blade, and Clockwork Revolution. That's my guess for 2027. 2026, Forza, Halo, Gears, Fable.
All right,
that's my guess. My guess, 100% guess.
We have let's see, Victor in the super chat saying, aren't big influencers promoting FTP games like Raid Shadow Legends yet complaining about not buying games in the industry are also part of the problem?
100%. 100%. I think if you're an influencer and you're taking a bag from a game that you criticize, you're part of the fucking problem, man. You know.
What,
You've
like
never seen me and Rand.
If you're taking a bag from Raid Shadow Legends and then talking shit about Raid Shadow Legends?
Yeah. I mean, you've never seen. Me and Rand were offered a bag from Raid Shadow Legends. We didn't fucking take it. Why? Because we think the game is shit.
Well, I'd never played the game, so I wouldn't know if it was good or not.
I played the game. No, I didn't play the game, but I looked into its economic business model. And I thought, this is not the kind of game that I would ever play. And it's not something I could possibly ever recommend. I think when me and Rand do recommendations on the Xbox 2 podcast, it's generally products that we can recommend. You know, I can recommend Manscaped. Manscaped's ball shavers are fantastic. I have the smoothest fucking balls on earth. Surfshark VPN, best fucking VPN on planet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unlimited devices, you know, whether it's like a browser or an app for your phone or like even installing at the router level, it's a fantastic fucking product. But like, could I recommend Raid Shadow Legends? Could you recommend Raid Shadow Legends? I don't fucking know, baby.
I mean, I haven't played it, so I couldn't. Yeah, no, I get it.
It's not a kind of game you would play, is it?
No.
Free to play, Diablo-like, you wouldn't play.
I mean, I've gotten a lot of emails about promoting free-to-play games that I would never play, so...
Like, would you... You know, did you see all this drama recently about the comedians in America who took a bag from Saudi Arabia to do, like...
Yeah, I saw.
Even though, like, a lot of these comedians were critical of Saudi Arabia, and then they took the money to perform in Saudi Arabia.
Yep, I saw that.
Is there amount of money that you would accept to violate your values, right?
What if Raid Shadow Legends came to me and said, "Here's $1 million, talk about it"? I'd probably take that deal. Yeah. Yeah.
For $1 million? I might do it for $1 million.
I'm just saying if there would there'd be some like, hey, here's this amount of money. I'd be like, okay. Sure.
I think there's a point where you start thinking like, shit.
But the thing is, a lot of the I guess the difference is a lot of those comedians you're talking about that went over there and did that stuff, they're already millionaires, already really well off.
Yeah, like if I was already a millionaire, I'd be like, I think what was his name? There was a comedian who called them out, and he was like, "Bro, you took this bag from Saudi Arabia, and it's like, you get like some extra pairs of sneakers, or you get like a house with an extra couple of bedrooms." It's like, fuck no. Like, if I was already a millionaire, I wouldn't fucking take that shit. I think there's a fundamental like sort of difference between someone who's like able to be contented with what they have. Like, I don't care about getting a bag from Raid Shadow Legends, I would not recommend Raid Shadow Legends to you guys because the game is trash. It's a free to play, pay to win, shitty game. So I wouldn't recommend that shit.
What if they offered
I
you?
wish
What if they offered you 30 grand for?
well, they're not going to offer it. They're not going to offer it me now.
I'm just saying, what if they did? With because I know people that have been offered Raid Shadow and stuff.
30 grand
for 30. Yeah, bro.
No,
if you got the numbers,
I wouldn't do 30 grand.
absolutely.
7 figures, man. 7 figures. I recommend Raid Shadow Legends.
So you wouldn't do Raid Shadow Legends for $30,000 for like
No,
a 1 minute ad read, bro? 30 grand.
No, I wouldn't. 30 grand, no.
Okay.
Fuck no.
Fair enough. Okay.
The game's trash, bro.
All right.
$1 million. That's what I would. That's my fucking pitch. And then when I had $1 million, I would quit. I would quit game journalism. I'd invest that money, and I'd be gone, baby. I'd delete Twitter, and I'd sail off into the sunset. And you know what I'd do?
What would you
lie
do?
in bed, playing Final Fantasy Tactics all day, bro.
Yeah. Special Nick with the 2 says, "Hey gents, I'm awake and you're still going." I mean, well, we usually go this 4 hours, and it's 4 hours now, so we're almost to the end of the show. Adam,
do you remember what you said to me before we went live?
That maybe the show would be short. Yeah, but you want to know why it wasn't short this week? Because you went on the most ultimate long ass tangents this episode. If we cut out your tangents about stuff, the show's probably an hour shorter.
What the fuck? I had no tangents.
Yeah, you did, dude. Your tangents were super long today, bro.
No, they fucking weren't.
Dude,
they were
ask
relevant.
chat.
They were
Ask
relevant.
chat.
They were relevant ass tangents, bro. They were relevant.
Chat, how long were Jez's tangents today? Because I feel like they were more tangenty and longer than normal. Yeah, you were crazy. We could have ended the show like an hour ago. You know?
No. It's bullshit. They were completely relevant and insightful tangents. Fucking.
We got Adam who says Kiln was it a Amisha Fortnite game Double Fine did, or so they had games shown 8 years ago on YouTube that turning into a full game would be cool. Yeah, potentially. Jeremy says, "Much love to you both. I don't care about the price increase if it's worth it to it. They should have a great holiday. Next year looks better. I just wish the communication wasn't piss poor." Yeah. You know, it's funny. I did Defining Duke with Cog and Maddie this past week, which the episode's up for early access. It'll be available for everybody on Friday. But one of the things that I didn't think about really that Maddie said was in regards to like the video they sent out. And he's like, nothing against the girl, but it was just like a random girl that nobody's ever seen before announcing the price things. But when Xbox does stuff, when they do like official communications, it's all about like the title of the person. When Jason, when they're talking about next gen, it's Jason Ronald, head of next generation. Oh, it's Sarah Bond, head of Xbox, or it's Phil Spencer, Microsoft CEO gaming. There's like a fixation on pedigree and titles and who that person is that lends credence to the information being given, right? Like this is a good source. But then when they want to raise prices, it's like nobody was willing to put their face in the video or slap their name and their job title in the thing to be like, hey, here's what we're bringing to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Like normally it's like, boom, they're all kind of like there being like, this is the person, this is their title, this is what they do. And here's them talking about it. But for something like this, it's like, let's just get a random Xbox employee or whoever and just talk about it. And I was like, oh yeah, that kind of is true, isn't it? Like nobody was willing to like be the face of that announcement, I guess. So anyways, yeah, we are I think we've come to the end of the show. We're over 4 hours. And I just want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today on this kind of dreary October here in Chicago. Hopefully the Cubs lose tomorrow. I mean, it's not so much the temperature. It's like the sun wasn't out today. It's very cloudy today. I mean, today it was 65. So I mean, it's fine, but
did you
looks
ever
like it's going to rain.
Did you ever see those David Lynch videos? where he talks about the weather on Friday?
No.
No,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
no. You were just like so social media ignorant, bro. You know who David Lynch is, right?
Yes.
So every Friday, David Lynch used to do, rest in peace, he used to do a weather report on
Okay.
Friday. And he used to say, "It's Friday once again." Every Friday. But obviously
No
he
idea what
just
you're talking
passed
about.
away.
No idea what you're talking about.
For fuck's sake, Rand. For
Sorry.
fuck's sake. I
Sorry.
need to send you chat, back me up here. Chat, back me up. David Lynch.
No, nobody's gonna
Friday.
back you up in chat, okay? Nobody.
No. He used to do like he's on YouTube,
I
man.
believe you. I just okay. So he did it. Whatever. I was just pointing out. It was a dreary day in Chicago.
Believe it. It's Friday once again. And then you give a fucking weather report on Los Angeles weather. Dude, Tegan fucking banned that guy. He said David Lynch sucks, worst director ever. Ban that motherfucker.
I mean, you're a mod.
Ban that motherfucker.
You can if you want to.
Tegan, you're a fucking banned, bro. You're a fucking banned.
Anyways, we're gonna get out of here. Play some video games. Maybe play some Battlefield 6 this weekend, or some Little Nightmares 3, or Redacted. I don't know. Lot of choices to be made. But hopefully everybody enjoys their own weekend. We'll be back next week with another Xbox 2, and we'll see what's going to be going on in the industry. Going on with Xbox. Maybe a new rumor pop up about something Xbox related. But anyways,
Xbox will be okay. Xbox will be okay. Xbox will be okay. Repeat it enough times and it'll become true. Xbox will be okay.
But until then, keep it gaming, everybody. Later.
Later.